Check 1 2 1 2. Check check. Check 1 2. Okay. Check check 1 2 1 2. Check check.
Test, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3. Mano Gajeb, good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. We're going to be starting here very shortly. It's 9:15, so we're going to shoot for 9:30. If you need to find your comfortable place, please do that. If you need to get a coffee or some other beverage, please do that. If you need to visit our facilities, please do that as well. And really encouraging people to go inside the community center and visit those two Mashomas Pawagan, those pipes that are with us, Shingwak's pipe, 1836 Bondhead pipe. We found an amazing connection this morning. And it's an encouraging thing that how these pipes at one point were visiting a long, long time ago. So it's clear evidence on our part that these pipes were at the same place. We also want to encourage people to visit our exhibit that we have in the trailer at the west end of the teaching lodge here. We have a lot of Shingwak sacred endowments in there, plus a historic view of Garden River, our creation story, our leadership, and different things that happen here in Garden River, some old pictures, and you'll get a nice, good story about Garden River. We have a lot of vendors that are set up, so if you're looking at purchasing a nice, warm hoodie today, here's an opportunity. It's a little bit chilly this morning right now. Hopefully it'll warm up. But we have a lot of information and vendors over there, as well as we have some other food vendors and coffee vendors on the south side, the north side of the community center. So 15 minutes, this is your 15-minute call, and we'll be starting right at 9:30. Miigwech. Oh, great. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. I guess we'll have Good morning again, brothers and sisters, relatives, and as you get ready for our 9:30 startup, just wanted to give some acknowledgement for the work and the effort of bringing this gathering together. Each year this different community has the opportunity to host this event. On this historic occasion, Garden River, Kitaganzivi, Anishinaabe has given this opportunity. And I just wanted to thank the many people from in our community and outside our community to bring us all together in a very kind and respectful way. So we want to thank from the Kitaganzivi Anishinaabe planning team, Alyssa Corelli, Nicole Seabrook, Cole Nolan, Penny Pine, and all the programs and services that have been helpful here with us today. Garden River Wellness Center, our daycare center, our administrative staff, Public Works has done a tremendous job here over the last week, getting everything prepared. And everybody in our community getting things here. So we want to just acknowledge all those people. We win the Mage planning team, Earl Commanda, Barrett O'Keefe, Jolene Recollet, Sam Mantawabi, Veronica McLeod, Tristan Snyder, Nikki Recollet. From the Robinson Huron Treaty Litigation Fund Planning Team, Peter Recollet, Mike Restool, and Laura Neidhart, MDUSH for comm support. Cultural Advisory and Planning Support, Leroy Bennett, Arnokamis Martino Zalmek from Mukomakong and Cedar Reserve, and Levi Saltwin from Sagamuk Anishinaabe. I also want to give a special shout out to one of our main planners, our event coordinator, Stephen McCoy from Gen City Consulting, for guiding us and leading us and taking on this difficult task and pulling us all together. I want to thank our graphic design support photography, Melanie Lacure, thank you very much. The Ojibwe Cultural Foundation assistance with the treaty exhibit, facilitating the meeting and the pipes together. Nagda-Windaman Family and Community Services, Anishinaabe Ojibwe program for cultural activities in our cultural corner. The Anishinaabe Police Services, First Aid and Security, the Royal Ontario Museum, and our food vendors. And obviously, a miigwech to all of our speakers who have shared and will be sharing their knowledge and teachings over the next 2 days. So again, it's not easy at times to pull everything together, but as one team, we're able to bring this together and hope that our hospitality has been welcome so far. And I want to thank you all again for sharing your time with us and bringing us together. So 9:30, this is close. That's what we're getting. Also, again, I want to acknowledge our MCs at the gathering. My co-MC here at the main stage, Barb Nolan from Kitaganzivi Anishinaabe, Nelson Toulouse from Sagamuk. He's facilitating in the teaching lodge. We have Quinn Wasage from Ganabajing, who's in the main log building, and who's also being our youth MC, Hope Zalmek from Mukomakong and Ceded territory. You know the names? No? I'll just call them up. Let's see, they could be. Okay, and Duke, right? Duke's gonna- okay. So you want it this way? Good morning again. Good morning. So we'd like to going to start off this morning's session. And again, we want to thank all of you for being here this morning. Really means a lot to all of you for sharing your time with us this morning. So just to start off with is that just a quick recap of yesterday. Yesterday morning, you know that we started off our morning in the most beautiful way. We had our sunrise ceremony here in the teaching lodge. You know, we had our spiritual advisors, our knowledge keepers guide us in a good way. What they did is, in addition to opening the ceremony, they also blessed these grounds as a sacred place while we're here over the next few days, and reminded us that as we gather here today to treat each other with kindness and respect, and that we're able to do that while we're meeting with one another. We had a little bit of a slow start, but I think it was designed that way, not by us, but by the Creator, the Great Spirit, because when we did start to gather, we all noticed that there's two beautiful eagles that came to visit and really heard what we're saying and listened to the words and took those words up to creation and gave us a really good positive energy here yesterday. We had a number of breakout groups once we finished our grand entry. We had wampum teachings with Ken Miracle. We had our traditional ecological knowledge elders group meet in the log building. We had our two spirit teachings, and again we have the ongoing Every Child Matters orange shirt activity at the west end of the grounds here. And later on this afternoon, we had one of our knowledge keepers and treaty advocates, Art Pitadagus, share with the treaty history from a community perspective. And going back to Ken, he gave us a really good, thorough understanding of wampum and how these wampum belts were used in communication with one another. Neil Jones in the log building also gave a presentation on equitable, sustainable, and sacred uses of Creator's gifts. In the teaching lodge, we had our Nokomis Martina Zalmik share women's teachings, and then we had Mike Biso, one of our knowledge keepers, share men's teachings. And we capped the evening off with a really cool round dance last night. So if you didn't make it, you missed out on a good time. We had a wonderful time dancing around, and people really enjoyed we had about 10 singers with us join us and gave us some really awesome songs. And I want to thank Joel Surratt for being our MC last night as well, taking on that role and responsibility, and everyone for coming out and sharing that. And just share a little bit about this morning's sunrise ceremonies, that we had a special presentation from Garden River that went to Sagamuk, Anishinaabe, and Wasauksing. About a month ago, a gentleman named Bruce Fuller came to visit us here in Garden River, and his family's homestead is in Searchmount. And when he was rummaging through one of his sheds, he came upon some articles that belonged to Sagamuk and belonged to Wasauksing. And Garden River Chief Andy Rickard, along with a young Augusta Kwe, Pine, the young lady? A young lady helped in making these presentations. Julia Pine helped make these presentations back to Sagamuk and Wasauksing. So the people of Sagamuk are gifted back a quill box that is probably 70, 90 years old. And Wasauksing received beadwork that was done by people from a person in their community, probably the same length of age. So we want to thank Bruce Fuller for bringing down those gifts that we're able to transfer back to the respective communities. And so again, always wanting to start in this most beautiful way that Creator has given to us. So with that, I want to call up our panel. So the panel know who you are. Mike Stool, Chief Dean Sayers. Our facilitator is going to be Duke Pelche and Gama Angus Toulouse. So if you can make your way up to the panel here, we'd like to get underway.
Executive chief.
Just a few things here before we officially start. Chibomach taingegoni keket. We kwem kungyo digiskega dek chetoshko de jeba. We kwem kanga started sacred fire in the community of Wiki this morning. Oh, and we'd like to welcome the online people. Abojo, wherever they are. There are quite a few online watching what's going on here. So I know I've been an online watcher myself a couple of times. I've been online speaker as well. Naha, kamachtamedash. It looks like we have a small crowd here, but actually we're packed because I can see all the people in the tent over there trying to keep warm. It has been a challenge. It's a good thing it wasn't the other Osnagwa, day before yesterday, because it poured, okay? So yesterday it was okay, but it was cold. And today it's kind of chilly, but I think that the sun, the Bzagyaskeriba. So we have leading the panel discussion is going to be facilitated by Duke Pelche. Naniwit. If you don't know who he is, Mimaba Duke Pelche. And then we have on the panel Ogima Angus Toulouse, Ogima from down the line over there, Sagamuk. And then we have Dean Sayers, who is the former chief of Batchwana Band. Yeah. And then we have Mike Ristoul, who said he's not the chief yet. Oh. He's working his way up, though. I'm just kidding. These young men participated in the Robertson-Huron Treaty litigation. They were the team, I guess, or part of the team. So miigwech, Duke Pelche, for doing what you're going to do with this group. Miigwech.
We're taking care of the speakers there so you can't see their shaking legs. Miigwech. Miigwech, Nigan Walsagan Abad Geni, Dijnakas, Wikwam Kong Geni bin Jaba, Manda Geni, Ganagamigo Geni, we not the Magea, Mampi, in the Madwin. Menashke, Gikwejmago, Mampi, we the Batamong, Kina Henchiang Mampi, Gasha Nakitamong Manda, win the Madwin. It is Gakwejmak Ninduk, Nishnabek, Winwa Dukidok, Gena Ayao Yot. So I'm going to ask our panelists here. We're going to talk a little bit about the 1850 treaty and the evolution of how the work has been started and to where we are presently. And so I'm going to ask our panelists here to introduce themselves, and I'm going to go to our far right there, Gima Angus Toulouse.
Miigwech Duke Geek do on deck any and they go Chake and Dodem Skamakana Schnavek King Geni and Don G. Miigwech Geni the Kit Geni Monty Bidgoshanan Miigwech Gain the Knock Gay Gemar no Gig Don the Knock Quelk Monty Eben Jabot give a week me going. So don't go Monty, Minor Schnavek Monty Eben Jabot Miigwech Gain the Knock Gay give a week me going Samanti Gay we mounting Miigwech the Kit.
Joshk.
Ani, Josh Krishna Kaz, Nibi Singh do Juba. She can do them. I am Ojibwe Anishinaabe from Nipissing First Nation. My English name is Mike Restool. My Ojibwe name is Muskrat. And I work with the Litigation Management Committee and the legal team. We've come a long way. And I just want to say that it's an honor for me to be here, and it's an honor for me to continue to serve as a member of the Litigation Management Committee on behalf of all of our Anishinaabe people. Miigwech.
Gmadin.
Miigwech Duke, Bojo, Kinewea. Good morning, Barb. Thank you for your words this morning. And I also want to acknowledge Daryl. It's good to be in your company here and the company of all the people of Kitigan-ZB. I'm Chief Dean Sayers. I'm the former chief of Batchewana First Nation. I've been in that role for quite a while, as a lot of you know, from Batchewana Village, but I lived more recently in the Rankin community. I'm from the Crane clan. I really enjoy this type of work and have been involved extensively since the beginning of the litigation process. My Anishinaabe name is Ogiman Nimanagojing Guyakasid, and I really appreciate this opportunity today to be able to share with you all some of my thoughts. Miigwech.
So I'm going to go right into some questions here, and I'm going to start with the chairperson of Litigation Management Committee and chairperson of the trust, Mr. Mike Restool. So Mike, can you describe how you first became involved in the Robinson-Huron Treaty movement?
Miigwech, Duke. In 1992, I was elected to the council of Nipissing First Nation, beginning to serve on the council there. And one of the tasks that the chief gave to me at the time was to attend any of the meetings of the Lake Huron Regional Chiefs Group out of Union of Ontario Indians. I started to work there with the chiefs in 1992, and we've come a long way. We developed a proposal to take the case to litigation, because the chiefs at the time were saying that none of the inquiries that they took to the Crown officials would even come back with a response about increasing our annuities. So this is basically how I got started, and I've been working with the Chiefs group ever since that time, and it's been an honor and a pleasure for me. Miigwech.
I'm going to go to Dean. Can you also describe how you first became involved in the Robinson Treaty movement?
Miigwech, Duke. Thank you. Miigwech Kima. I grew up in Batchewana Village, which is an hour north of Sault Ste. Marie. It is our inheritance as the Anishinaabeg, the Baoting Anishinaabeg, Bajunang Anishinaabeg. And growing up in our village, my father and my mother had me when they were fairly elderly. And so I grew up with parents that were probably one generation older than other kids my age parents. And I heard a different type of parenting, a different type of messaging, a different communal perspective on our village. And I had a lot of uncles and aunts, and we had a lot of big family dinners, and they would always talk about our relationship. Chief Joe Tom Sayers was the chief of Batchewana, which was my grandfather, and he was the last hereditary chief. And all of his kids, which were my dad and his brothers and sisters, had this continual expectation to understand and remember our history. And it wasn't, I guess, deliberate, but it was just the way they lived and the way they talked. And I had the ability to hear those things as a kid about our history. And I remember one time my dad was telling me, up past Pancake Bay, near Coppermine Point or Black Forest or Namassing, or Mamass Harbor is what they call it on the map, but it's Namassing, a place where the sturgeon lived. But he said one time his dad, who was the hereditary chief, and this was in the 1920s, 1930s, my dad was born in 1921, he went up there with his dad, and they went in the bush because they had found out that somebody was up there taking copper without any type of understanding from us. And in the place, they call it Porcupine Hill, and that's where there's a lot of native copper. And they went up there, and there was they took a car through the trail, and when they went into the bush, when they came out, all their tires were flattened on their car because somebody didn't like the idea that Nishnawbek were still up there trying to make movement to try and stop people from illegally stealing from us. And that was in the 1920s and the 1930s. And he always reminded us of treaty. And he always talked about the $4. And we were living pretty remote, away from the city, from the other communities that make up Batchewana. There was a lot of culture as a result of us being so distant. And when I say culture, I don't mean there was a lot of smudging, there was a lot of powwows, there was a lot of the things that we take as normal things in today's Anishinaabe world, but it was very collective. And my dad would tell me, whenever a moose came into the village, he'd hang it up at his dad's house, the hereditary chief, and people would come there and they would take pieces of moose and give it to the elders, or the men would take it to people that couldn't hunt, and then they would share the rest amongst themselves. And he said the worst thing that happened in our village was when the freezers came in, because then they weren't able to look after the people. Everybody was putting the moose in their freezers, and people were not hanging the moose out to share. So we were always conscious of a collective approach and understanding of the village and looking after our people. And I was really honored to be able to be exposed and raised from that type of a perspective. And those foundational concepts really guided me through, I don't think it was an accident, to eventually be involved, much like Mike, with getting this movement jump-started through a litigation process, which wasn't our preferred process, but we got it done, and we did that through our understanding and memory of the historic perspectives that our people have always taken as far as our relationship and how serious those things are, and how we're to live today in fulfillment of our responsibilities to creation and to the future generation. So it's been an incredible experience, and I really appreciate not only my parents, but people in our villages for sharing the insights that they've shared that were interwoven throughout all of the discussions that we've had based on Anishinaabe ways of life and understandings.
Kintam gigidoganek.
Testing 1, 2.
So Angus, can you also describe how you became involved in the Robinson-Huron Treaty Movement?
I'll start by saying that you don't hear about Robinson-Huron Treaty as you're going to school. My parents, Ida Asenue Toulouse and Sam Toulouse, raised 13 kids, and the oldest is my oldest brother John, and the youngest is my youngest brother Derek, and there's 10 girls in between us three, and I've got 10 sisters. And so we weren't taught about the treaty other than experiencing every year at a treaty gathering that we would get our annuity, our $4. That was where treaty was in my mind anyways, and this is where I knew that we were part of this treaty, but never really talked about it till much later when we started working for the community, and we created a tribal council, and because they were shutting down the Sudbury district office or the Sioux office here. And it's when we started meeting with relatives along the North Shore where the leaders got together and said, here's our foundational aspect of with the settler people, which is our treaty. And there was individuals that were from here that were colleagues of mine working along the North Shore, the late Chris Bello and the late Blaine Bello, that took me under their wing and gave me some basics about what the treaty was all about and how Shingwakos and the leaders of the day had every intention to rightfully get the kind of annuity and as beneficiaries that we ought to get, because they knew what was going on just south of here, which was Chimokmanak Gaino Endot, Gaino Gaje Wawin Magiot Gaino Wadem Namot Gay Mamik Chimokmanak Gay P when they were doing their treaty development, and knew that there was much more that should have been offered or there by the Crown Representative Robinson, and it was my good friends Blaine and Chris Bello that reminded I know me when I was fairly young then, that there's so much that we don't know because we really haven't had the opportunity to talk about it, because all we ended up doing was administering the poverty called the ban administration and the little bits of coin that would arrive at the community for the administration to grow itself through infrastructure and housing and that kind of stuff. And everything was prescribed. Everything was said, here's what you can spend on this, this, and that. That was really the role in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and the Anishinaabe kept reminding the Crown government, the federal government, that, hey, treaty's been signed since 1850 and we were still getting $4. And it was around the 80s when the leadership started talking about, we have so many claims that we need to get working on so that our land that's rightfully ours, our territory that's rightfully ours, comes back to us. And so we initially met in the 80s to talk about how do we bring this forward? How do we, what is it that we bring forward? And we met as leaders, and we talked about the different kind of claims, boundary claims, specific claims, even issues like they never finished working with us in describing our boundaries, and that was the issue in Sagmuk. We had Chief Namasin and Chief Nakwe Gabo that were here in 1850, along with their principalmen Aningagan and Benase, that were here with the leadership to sign the treaty on behalf of the Sagmuk and Anishinaabe. We never finished the work with our community, and it's still outstanding. It's still work that I know we've got to do research and put forward these kind of claims that still talks about what the original understanding of how we were to share our territory and allow our white neighbors to, I guess, live side by side with their own laws, and we have our own ways, our own governance, our own laws that always governed who we are. And it's really was reminding the government, the Crown government, we still are here. This is still our land. This is still our waters. This is still our animals. This is still our fish. This is still our trees. And it was my good friends, again, the late Chris Bello, the late Blaine Bello, that constantly reminded us as young people working with our communities, and it was the community of Batchewana as we got together in our area called Mamwezwa, the North Shore Tribal Council, where Batchewana kept reminding the treaty guys we gotta keep in mind the treaty when we talk with the crown governments, and that the treaty lays out what the relationship is supposed to be, and how we were to share in the riches of what we see within our territory. And it was back then that recognized that everybody else was benefiting from what was in our territory, and we were relegated through contribution agreements in our First Nation communities, and so that had to change. And I believe this is where the leadership did come together and say what is common with all of us, and it was the $4 annuity, and this is where the conversation started. Who's part of this? And we recognized that our annuitants weren't just in our communities, but they were wherever you are, and it was in different cities, in different First Nation communities. We found a lot of brothers and sisters on Manitoulin Island that we couldn't leave behind as well. Even though they weren't signatories, they are part of this, and that was the recognition of the work that the leadership did in the early 2000s, because there was a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, who needed to be a part of this, and it's good that we arrived where we are, because we're all annuitants and we're all beneficiaries of this treaty that was undertaken by our ancestors back in 1850. So again, I just want to recognize our past leaders that were here in Bawating to make sure that what we see today is still here. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Angus. Yeah, I think it's important to also, for each of the listeners, to understand who some of the leaders were in 1850, and look back into your own history of your communities on who those leaders were. As was mentioned, that this isn't taught in school, and it's up to us to help the education systems also. As I know in my community, Wikwamkong, some of the signatories that through an amalgamation process, the Point Grandin community, where Chipakazagan and Papasens, those were the treaty participants. But also living directly in our community of Wikwamkong at the time was one of the main speakers that spoke behind Jigwakons and Nenabagojing was Tageonene, who lived in Wikwamkong at the time of the 1850 treaty. And I think the part of the movement and evolution of this treaty is understanding that we are all beneficiaries and annuitants, and we have never had control of the actual annuitant list. It's always been the Crown that's kept control of that list and determined who has been able to pass on that beneficiary status. And we know that through a lot of the discussions over the past summer, that many individuals have come to realize that their own family members have been removed for various reasons, whether it's through marriage or birth registration. There's siblings who one has status, the other one doesn't. So there's a lot of work that still has to happen. And in saying that, I think it's a good lead into one of the questions here. So as a treaty, we're a collective of 21 self-determining First Nations. Each of our communities has a unique priorities and strengths, and also challenges. So can each of you talk about the importance of unity amongst our First Nations within this treaty movement? And maybe I'll ask Mike to start us off again.
Miigwech, Duke. You know, when I first started working with the chiefs on the treaty annuities case, we didn't call it a case at the time. We just called it like a grievance, because this grievance started really in 1851, when about a year after the treaty was signed, there was development all over the place. And Ogema Shingwakons saw this happening in around this area because it was very rich in resources in this area. And he went to the Crown officials and said, "You're not honoring the treaty." He said, "We signed a treaty that said if you are going to make more money in the territory, you would increase the treaty, the annuity, and you haven't increased the annuity." So he said to them, "I see development all over the place. There are people that are doing forestry, there are people that are doing mining. All of these things are happening in our territory, and you're not increasing the annuity like you said you would." Since that time, this has been our grievance as a Anishinaabe people, to fight for our right under the treaty as was promised to us. And that promise we brought to the courts eventually. But it wasn't easy, because in the start, we were 21 First Nations that were coming together to talk about how we should deal with the annuities case. And we tried to come up with a protocol or a way to approach the case. There was different interpretations of how this should happen. There was differences in methods that the chiefs had. It was really difficult for the chiefs to come together to agree on a process. It took a lot of years while I was working with the chiefs to bring all the communities together to say, okay, we're going to focus this on one method to do this. So in about 2006, the chiefs said we should find a law firm that could take us to the court and win this case in the court for us. And so the chiefs got together and said, we're going to create a working group that would seek out a law firm that would bring this case together and put it into court for us. So I sat on that working group with the chiefs, along with Chief Dean Sayers, who is here with us, and Chief Angus Toulouse, and other chiefs that were sitting on this working group. And we sent out a request for proposals to quite a number of law firms that the chiefs were familiar with. And out of that request for proposals, the chiefs selected the firm of Nawagabo Corbier to bring this case forward. Since that day, we have been successful in moving our annuities case forward in unity. What the law firm presented to us is to create a trust that would move the case forward without having to pull all the chiefs and councils together every time we needed to make a decision on moving the case forward. The chiefs agreed with that, the councils agreed with that, and we signed the trust agreement and got the movement going. So that represents a big move towards unity, because today we are very unified as 21 First Nations in our territory, and we are strong, we're resilient, and we're determined to seek justice in our communities. So miigwech.
All right, Angus, can you talk about unity?
When the initial discussions took place, and the leadership of the day talked about what they knew about the treaty, and really what the spirit and intent of what our ancestors had believed was to take place, was all about ensuring that as Anishinaabeg, we would always continue to Anishinaabe language and our ways and our customs and how we came together as community, how our communities grew, how in years past that the people, whenever there was a council session, would all be there so that they could continue to remind the federal and provincial government of the treaty is what I believe. But in terms of the unity, we all recognize we come from each of our First Nation communities that's been struggling with the aspect that we should have our own resources that were identified in this 1850 treaty, not the way that the federal government had created a piece of legislation called the Indian Act that then really took us on a different route. What we see in terms of our First Nation communities, the poverty that we see, there was no sharing, and that's really the collective share, which is really what Judge Hennessy reminded the Canadians here in Canada that this treaty is part of who Canada is. And it includes all of us, our Robinson Huron Inuitants, which there's, I know when we started this, we estimated around 30,000, but we're, I think, closer to about 40,000 is how many of us there is that is part of the Robinson Huron Treaty. And we're all wanting the same thing, as much information as to what it was like. And it was really good to have the kind of research team that our legal team came up with that was able to talk about what life was like for our ancestors in the 14, 15, 1600s, and even before that. How we always took care of ourselves, how we always took care of our families, our communities, as individuals, making sure that nobody was left behind. And to me, that was all about unity. That was all about family. That was all about community. And we recognize that many of us didn't just stay in what we know is our current reserves now, our First Nation community. We were all over the what we call United States now, Chimokman King, and I know our families came from Drummond Island, and we're in Coldwater, and we're in Wiki, we're on the island, all over the place. So we were all together. We knew where our territories were. We knew what we needed to protect. And our families always understood the territory and how we were to benefit from it. So that was, to me, the unity that we've always demonstrated as First Nation communities.
Okay, I know Dean was really wanting to answer this one.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Duke, but it brings to mind some thoughts around when we first started this process, and Mike's memories when we were looking for litigators to help us legally. We were unified, and the 21 First Nations met extensively to try and come up with a course, a map to get us where we are today. And what was probably for me the most important process that we incorporated was the ceremonies, having a sacred fire wherever we were, and having pipes and culture and prayers and elders guiding us, because sometimes the leadership can get pretty wrangly, get pretty like assertive, and sometimes the elders help us to stay grounded and focused and look at the goal of where we're going, and that was so important. And we got organized formally. We got a legal team, we got a strategy together, and we started to let the Crown know that this is coming, this is coming. And within the, I'm not a lawyer, within the legal system, there are timelines to get litigation moving and these milestones. And so we told the Crown, you need to raise this, you need to deal with this. And they didn't want to take us seriously. But when 21 of us got together and we were unified, they took us seriously. And they wouldn't respond. So eventually we had to formally go through a court process. And I remember we went to Queen's Park, and I had my hat, and I was helping out with the chiefs, and they wouldn't let us in the front of the legislature, but we were going to serve them. We're going to let them know that you're going to be brought to a courtroom, and you're going to be made responsible for your failure to pay the rent. Anyway, we went across around the side door of the legislature to the back door, and we knocked on the door, and they opened the door up, and whoever opened, I think it was security guard, was standing there.
Security, yeah.
And we said, "You've been served." and we left them the documentation. And so it began. The Crown didn't take us seriously. Yeah, they didn't take us seriously, but we were persistent. We hired all the experts. We hired a good legal team that had the background, the experience. We had our elders, knowledge keepers. We were unified, and then top it off, we actually we funded the litigation ourselves. Prior to filing, like going to Queen's Park like we did, the First Nations were putting in $10,000 a year, $20,000 a year for a number of years prior to actually getting to this point where we were able to get litigation financing, which was the first, I don't know, maybe the first in Canada, that we were able to be recognized and acknowledged by the banking community, saying, wow, these guys are serious, and they're putting up a lot of unity here, and so we're going to support them, and we're going to finance this. And again, Canada and Ontario, wow, these guys are serious. And there were so many of these light bulbs coming on throughout the course of this litigation. Periodically, you could see, like, wow, these guys are unified. These guys, and we were able to get the litigation to where we needed it to be through our culture, through our elders, through our communities. The only, in hindsight, I think, something that was challenging that we had to, in order, it was something that Canada wanted, was the non-derogation, well, the confidentiality stuff. And you guys are all aware of that. In Canada would say, we can't talk too much about this because the citizens of Canada won't understand it, because it's just too much for them to let's try and resolve these things, and we'll eventually create these strategies around communications, etc. And I think there should have been more communication, but we are not all the way there yet. We only resolved the historic, and it was our unification, our unity that got us there. We want to be unified. I would really like to take a look at the non-disclosure agreement as we move forward with the negotiations for the $4 a year, and I'm hoping that our litigation, our negotiators keep that in mind. I think our people need to have a better sense of what's happening. We did the best we could as far as community meetings. I know in our communities, every time we had community meetings, it was on our agenda. As much as we could share, we shared. But I think there needs to be a better strategy, and Canadians need to be climatized. They need to be immersed into the obligations that they have all inherited. They came here and they were ill-advised as to the relationship with the First Peoples of these lands, and they are not aware of the obligations, including the rent that's owed to us, the obligation to help protecting our way of life, our culture, our languages, our laws, our nationhood.
That's our responsibility too, but the new people on our land also have an obligation to protect that. We have a really beautiful unified leadership throughout the Robinson Huron territories. We are working through ceremony with the Robinson Superior Chiefs. We are working with the Indigenous people right across Canada from coast to coast to coast. We're going to different the numbered treaty gatherings, sharing our work, our messages. And the other thing, the last thing I want to say, our unification has brought us more aligned with our historic perspective on our nationhood. And in our nationhood, when we took the monies from the Crown for what they promised us, the obligations, we didn't have to be incorporated. Now they're saying, if you want to take receipt of monies from Canada for treaty, for secretariat, you need to be incorporated, either federally, provincially. And we said, no. Nimanagojing and Shingwak and all the other chiefs, when you first entered into these agreements in 1850, they didn't have to be incorporated. And look at Ukraine, how much money have you sent to Ukraine? Did Ukraine have to be incorporated in Canada for you to send them money? Or to Colombia, when you send their money, did those Colombian governments have to be incorporated? No, we're not going to incorporate. You owe us as a nation the rent. You owe us this money. So you're going to pay it under our terms. And we've made that accomplishment. And that we are not getting incorporated at our secretariat level. And that's quite the beautiful accomplishment, because forever and ever, they held that against us and said, you have to be incorporated. The thing about being incorporated is you have to swear allegiance to Her Majesty's laws. And why would we swear allegiance to Her Majesty's law when we have a treaty with her? She should be swearing allegiance to our laws. We have unextinguished jurisdictions. So that's the kind of course we're charting as far as our nationhood coming back to life and taking its rightful place on these lands. We're still the first government. Our governance systems have never been extinguished. And we will assert we can only give life to that. Canada can't give us that. They can't delegate authority to us to be a government. We have to take life. We have to give life. We have to encourage and assert those things that our historic leadership had hoped that we would assert today. And that unity is not only at the chiefs level, but it has to be across all of our territories, and we all have to be on the same page with where we're going as far as that unity is going to take us, as far as jurisdictional sovereignty and continuation of our inherent promises to all of creation. So unity is a big one, and it can be far-reaching, and it should be, and we can move miles and miles and be really aligned with our ancestors' expectations of us. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Dean. And just to build a little bit about that, it's so wonderful to be gathered here with our lodge. It's right next to us, and that's where the foundation of nationhood begins. It's through our teachings, our culture, our way of life. Minalge Enwayang, Nishnabem Young. That's where it's embedded. It's within our nationhood, and one of the things that we had heard from in one of the community sessions earlier this summer was the perspective of our culture and our ways of being and ways of doing. And this one individual started talking about minan, or the blueberries. And what they talked about is when you're picking blueberries, you pick 1/3 for yourself. You leave 1/3 for the animals or the collective life on Earth. And you also leave 1/3 for the future. And these are the teachings that if we pay attention to what they really mean, it's important that culture is really part of this nationhood process. And even just this morning, if any of you haven't had a chance to walk into the community center and visit with the grandfathers that have visiting each other for the first time in years. But it was noticed and shared with me this morning that the designs on the 1836 pipe are very similar, or the etchings on the 1836 pipe is similar or the same as Jingwak's pipe that's sitting there. So if you get a chance, go take a look at how powerful that message is, even by revealing itself while they're visiting with each other today in a couple days. And I think that I'd like to ask Angus, like, how do you believe our culture and ceremonies have had an impact on this movement?
Each of our, I'll talk about the courts and how that sacred fire was the first thing that was lit, and how that sacred fire was lit through the whole court proceedings, and how through the historical evidence that we were bringing forward, how the judge and how the Crown representatives began recognizing Ginishnabe men, Diabego, Himachstein, Kinowego, Mandi, Mount Judin, Migatam, Mandagano, the Moat, Manda anyway. And our language was still heard by the judge and by the courts, and the mere fact that that our pipes, our eagle staff, was present throughout the whole proceedings and any of our gatherings. Those sacred instruments were always with us as part of who we are, as our constitution, as our governance, as our way of life. All of it is still intact, is still there. And we do get reminded by our knowledge keepers when we begin talking about taking back or at least reconstituting our ways, is we've always had this. And we still have all of our sacred items with us, and the knowledge is still there. And we just need to continue to practice it every day, as we were here at sunrise this morning. That is our culture, that is our way, and this is who we are. Miigwech.
Kindesh Mike.
Listen. Just think for a minute about how the annuities case got started a long time ago. The government came somewhere in the territory and distributed money to the First Nations. In the start, they didn't distribute money. They distributed goods to the First Nation chiefs so that they could disperse that to the people in their communities. That's how the annuity got started in the beginning. And then it turned into money. And the government then decided that they were going to give $4 per person. At that time, well, it was actually £1 per person, which turned out to be $1.69 per person in the early 1850s. And over time, they came into the communities, they paid money, that $4 or that $1.69, to those people that came in to collect that money. There were a lot of people in the territory, that didn't know about this. They didn't know that the government was coming to distribute this money in the communities. They were living on the land. They were in the bush. They were on the rivers, the lakes, living their life. And they didn't know that the government was coming to the land to distribute this money. So all of those people never got any money. I'm originally from Dokis First Nation. We were very isolated in Dokis First Nation. We were down the French River in a very small reserve, and nobody came there to distribute any money to us. There were a lot of people who lived and died and never got a penny from this annuity like they should have, you know, because the government didn't really care to do what was needed to provide the benefit from the treaty of the riches that the Shawanosh people took out of the land. So when you think about that, there's a lot of money that's owing to the First Nations. A lot of money. Money that we'll never recover in our lifetimes. But it's important for us to band together to make sure that from this point forward, the government is going to be forced to honor that agreement that was made by those special chiefs in 1850. And I know that chiefs like Ogama Shingwakos, Ogama Nebenegoching, you know, all of these chiefs that signed these the treaty in 1850, they're here with us right now. You know, they're sitting beside you and they're helping you to stay together, to stay unified, and to be strong. And that's what kind of a thing that brought us to where we are today. I remember when I first started, there were elders that helped us, keeping us advised of the importance of ceremony to keep us together. I remember Gordon Wayne de Bensbaugh, who was one of our advisors at the time. Today, it's Leroy Bennett and Martina Ozawamek, who are our advisors in regards to the cultural aspects of staying together. So these are the kinds of things that that created unity in our communities, and from that being a product of the residential schools. Even though I never attended a residential school myself, my mother spent 8 years in the residential school, and when she came out of the residential school, she had been taught certain things that were not about Anishinaabe people. And when we asked her, why don't you teach us the Ojibwe language? And she said, you don't need that. You need to learn English and you need to learn French in order to live your life. So I grew up not knowing the language, and here I am today, almost 78 years old, and I still don't know the language. And I wish I could speak the language because it's such a beautiful language to listen to. These are the things that keep us unified as Anishinaabe people, and that's how we won this case in the courtroom. People didn't believe we were going to win this case in the courtroom, but we did. We won.
And me and Dean have been honored with being co-spokespersons. So I know he would like to share some of the experiences that together about the culture and the impact of Anishinaabe perspective along the way. So Dean, if you can share some of what has happened,
Yeah.
and what we used.
Thank you. And when we, Miigwech Duke, when we launched the case in Thunder Bay. And it wasn't as easy as you would think it would be, because what we tried to do right from the beginning was incorporate culture. So we went to Fort William Reserve to have a sweat. And we had a sweat with all of the litigators, including the judge. Yep. The judge came in to sweat. The federal legal team came in to sweat. The provincial legal team, our legal team, our chiefs. It was a really beautiful time, and we had a feast together.
And what we were doing was we were calling on our ancestors to guide us through this process, because a lot of the information, a lot of the perspectives that we were looking at as far as the relationship was concerned, we knew there was a lot missing because we hadn't really invoked and asked our ancestors to help guide us through this process. So we asked our historic leadership that were at the treaty time and those ones that advised to join us in the sweat. We asked the Canadian officials to do something similar to help find guidance for them. And we had this beautiful sweat. And then the next day, well, later on that day, we said we need to take these ashes and the fire from the res downtown to the courthouse. And that's where the trouble started, because Thunder Bay, the fire department wouldn't let us have a fire downtown in the park across the road from the courthouse. And we tried to find the chief because the chief could override the fire department and say, you can't tell us what to do. It's our right as a people to have a fire wherever we want as far as our culture and our ceremonies are concerned. But he was unavailable. So the chiefs took some liberty and we said, light the fire. And we lit the fire. And we, some of the people that were there, Mishomis was there, Mishomis Walboos was there, and others. And we had this fire across the road. And it was in a park that was populated with Anishinaabe, a lot of homeless people. And they started to come. And they lined up to come in to line up to put their sema on their cedar, and they put their medicines down. And they started telling us about the life downtown Thunder Bay and the street patrols looking for missing and murdered Indigenous women. And we did ceremonies and we did pipes and we fed them, and all the neighboring agencies brought feasts and food 24 hours a day. There was all kinds of, the healing of our people really got a jump start with this case being held in Thunder Bay at the courthouse. And there is a courtroom in that courthouse that is really designed with an Anishinaabe in mind. Well, it should. We pay the bills there. We're the population that pays the bills in the legal system for now. We're working on that. But we had the ability to work through culture and ceremony, even in the courtroom, as far as how we were going to move forward after we did our opening statements. It was like that all the way throughout, where we incorporated ceremony. We came here for part of the trial. We had our elders coming here, and we wanted our elders to feel comfortable in company of our ceremony, in company of the sacred fire, in company of our medicines. And they came in here and they did their testimonies. Elder Irene Macadamian and Irene Stevens Ba. What beautiful, beautiful testimonies and stories they told, because they were comfortable in our community, in our facilities. And Fred Kelly was here, and other knowledge keepers. And we really tried hard to make sure that foundationally our culture was the driver. We had, through ceremony, our elders communicating on our behalf, and Queen Victoria sending messages to us through Leroy and his pipe, telling us how to engage in these discussions. And towards the end, she left. And it was around the time when Queen Elizabeth passed away. And we appreciated those insights and abilities for us to incorporate the wishes and the expectations of our historical leaders through ceremony. We always fed them. We always put out offerings for them and had ceremonies. And we're having a sweat with all of the negotiators in a short while. And what we're doing is similar like we started. We're going to thank our ancestors for guiding us through this, not only in Anishinaabe, but the Canadian and the Crown ancestors,
that were guiding us through this, we're going to thank them and feast them for getting us to this really incredible moment in our history, a real incredible time that we're all here to witness today. Miigwech, come on.
Yeah, it was the Thunder Bay experience was a good one, because even the leadership up there, the Anishinaabe Nation and other leaders, they were wondering how we were able to light a fire in the city of Thunder Bay. And we just told them that we just did it. And it was, as Dean was saying, it was really enlightening for all of the youth and young people that were on the streets, and not only on the streets, but just social workers even, how thankful they were that there was an actual fire, because it turned into a gathering place for the time that we were there. And it also happened in the city of Sudbury, same thing. And ironically, it was the church itself that gave up some of its land for us to have a fire over there. So we've had the institutions that are really serious about some reconciliation. And one of the other ones that I think is likely unique is we actually, part of Canada and Ontario's authorizations to begin sitting down and building a relationship with the Robinson-Huron Treaty Litigation Fund was for them to seek out a mandate from its cabinet to get their approval to begin those talks. And prior to, we asked them to give us notice when they would be doing that. They said they couldn't, but eventually they turned around. They said, we can't tell you when the meeting is, but we can tell you that we're prepared, our submission. So we consulted, the LMC consulted, and we talked with the elders. So me and Dean, we went into Sweat. Then we drove to Ottawa. We brought a singer with us. We both brought our pipes. And we sat with the government officials. And they had the cabinet mandate in a sealed envelope, like one of those banker's envelopes with the zipper on it and a big lock on it. But it sat there in front of us, and apparently that was the mandate, their mandate letter that they were seeking approval on. So there's been a lot of unique things that through building relations we were able to push, I guess you can say, push the envelope along, push it along further. I'd like to ask maybe, I know we're running a little bit out of time. We're good? This is our gathering? Yeah, okay. And maybe on that note, maybe Mike, would like to ask you, what do you think are some of the biggest breakthroughs you experienced as part of this treaty movement?
You know, I guess, like, I've been working on this for a long time with the chiefs, and I'm not a chief, and they welcomed me as part of the working group to move our case forward. And when we decided to move to the court, just a little bit before that, in the 1980s, I guess it was, a group of the chiefs went to England to visit the Queen to talk to her about our annuities case. Many of those chiefs that were there at the time are not here any longer, but a lot of them are still here. And they went there and didn't see the Queen because the Queen had just left for Africa. And so they sat with a group of people from the House of Lords and told them the story and asked for some resolution of the issue. And all they said was, thank you very much for coming, and it was a very nice story, and thank you for coming to see us. And that was it. You know, that's basically what the Crown officials always said to the Anishinaabe from the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory. When we hired the firm Nawagabo Corbiere to take the case forward, we wanted to make sure that we were going to win in court, because we knew that we had the goods to win the case in court. And so we asked the law firm, can you assure us that we would win this case? And Dave Nawagabo, who is a very astute Anishinaabe lawyer, said to us, we can win this. So it was an important move at that time for Nawagabo Corbiere to gather up all of the facts, to put together all of the evidence, turn all the oral evidence into written form so that the government's officials could understand what we were saying about our case. And when they put that all together, we knew we were going to win. We knew, because we had gone into ceremonies, we had talked to the ancestors in the sweat lodge, and the ancestors told us in a sweat lodge to keep the fires going, and we knew we were going to win. So to me, that was a big turning point in getting the case moved forward. The government officials would not listen to the chiefs when they talked about increasing the annuity according to the wording in the treaty document. The wording that said, if the Crown gains more revenue in the territory, the annuity will be increased. They did not honor that. So the chiefs could not get the government officials to honor that at all. And they told us that the maximum was $4 per person. And we didn't believe that, because we knew what the treaty said. We knew what the ancestors were telling us in ceremony, and the leadership was very strong. So that, in my view, was a turning point in bringing the case forward and winning the case. Miigwech.
Maybe, Mike. Hey, Dean, maybe you can, what do you feel is some of the biggest breakthrough?
Like I was saying, thank you, Duke. Like I was saying earlier, we really broke through the ice when we became unified. And that unity, to some degree, has only been applied to the actual annuities file. But the potential is incredible. We can see ourselves reclaiming our rightful place on these lands as the first order of government. As far as I can see, the only hindrance might be our own self, in our inability to believe in ourselves and what our ancestors reserved for us 7 generations ago at 1850. We have huge potential. The most problematic perspective for me that's being exercised illegally here on our lands is the assumption of parliamentary power, assumption of the first government of these lands by the government of Canada, the assumption that the first Prime Minister, say John A. Macdonald, in 1867 said, to heck with the treaties, I'm going to look after Indians and lands reserved for Indians. And that was illegal. We are a sovereign nation, and no visiting government can say we're extinguishing those treaties. And we are now going to be making decisions on your behalf. We are fiduciary, going to look after you. And you failed, Canada. You stole a lot from us, and we're going to take it back. And with this treaty, we have our foot in the door.
And the arguments that Canada had and Ontario had for why and how they stole our rights as a people stink. They don't hold water. They don't have a foundation to do what they've been doing. And I say it all the time. Ontario, you're ruining the forest. You're spraying aerial, you're aerial spraying. You're killing the forest. You're killing the moose. You're killing all of these gifts that we've been given as a people. Stop it. And we will take it back. Don't expect me to sit down and be consulted by you. You can sit down with me and expect to ask for my permission in regards to what goes on our lands. Consultation don't measure up in Robson Huron territory. We expect and we reserve the right to say yes or no to anything on our property, on our territory, our inherent lands. And they know now that we know and we have the side of right. We have the evidence, we have the documentation, and I say to them, you have jurisdiction over those forests, show us the receipt. If you don't have a receipt, it's ours. And when we do that, we look at the treaty, and what the treaty says, we're going to continue to do those things that we're in a habit of doing. And if you did some research, you'd find that we, as the original peoples of these lands, were actually issuing logging permits way before the Robson Huron Treaty. So we're in the habit of managing the forest. You are. You don't need to take a license from the foreigners, from the settlers. You have the right to design your own permitting based on a sustainable forest management system. This treaty, this annuities file, this claim, this success, this championing is just getting our toe in the door to so much more. It's incredible where we are today as a people. We are cutting edge right across these lands. But we need your support, we need your guidance, we need your belief in where we can go. Nothing can stop us. Miigwech.
Angus, what do you believe is our biggest breakthrough?
One of the early wins that we came through was the fact that we could broadcast the evidence that we were providing to the settler people. We had experts providing the evidence. We had our elders providing evidence, and everybody could see it. We knew that we couldn't all fit into a little courthouse. So one of the first things that we insisted on is that we can't all fit in here, and we need to be able to show not just our own people, but other Canadians what the history is. And that's what we were going to bring forward. And to me, that was one of the first turning points where the judge says, absolutely, this is part of what Canada is.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's really one of the important pieces. Like, this is quite literally the discussions we have at the LMC meetings. Four members that were here. And Peter Reckley, we have to acknowledge Peter Reckley for a lot of his work also, and he brings the same kind of fire and animation to the discussions. And we're also grounded by Chief Patsy Corbier too, who's just a straight shooter and tells it like it is. So we give them some acknowledgement also. And I think the thoughts that are expressed here today were indicative of many other individuals that have had an opportunity to provide their input on the direction that should be taken in relation to addressing this one particular treaty-related issue, because it opens up the door for everything else also. There's plenty of other issues that we're very much aware of, but we do need to concentrate on this one particular matter. We're very much aware about the $4 issue that still needs to be resolved, and we do require your support for that. We're going to require your direction. We may need to go back to the courts, and we're going to require to have fires lit in each of the communities. We're going to need our younger people being brought along, because we don't know how long that process is going to take. And by saying that, there's a lot of individuals that have had an opportunity to provide their support, including your chiefs, your councils, the staff within your communities. There's many others that don't have official titles who have come to visit with myself and many of these gentlemen and others that are part of the trust. And I think we do have to also give thanks to the trustees themselves. This is a tremendous responsibility that we've accepted for many years, to be able to bring this matter to not only the attention of the Crown governments, but also to your attention, because that is the essence of having this gathering in particular. And this gathering in collaboration with the Robinson Huron Wawin has been traveling around throughout the territory since I believe 2016 or so. And it's gone through a number of the communities already. And it is still in its infancy, but as you can see, the amount of knowledge that's being shared and also being recorded. It's important for not only to be live streamed, but it's also being archived. And I do know that anytime these kinds of events that are being archived within our communities, not only treaty related, but significant events in our communities, the young ones who turn into the older ones later, they rely on those archives to do some research, to also dive into the minds of the people that were making decisions on what was the rationale, what was the thinking around that time, who was involved, what were their strengths, what were their challenges. And that all comes into play in telling our story of who we are as Anishinaabe and who we are as rebuilding our nations. And I think that's the important part of all of these discussions and the ability to come together. We mamui kweshkadading, we wido causing mandawawinda madin weekending. So we do need to continue these gatherings. We do need to have these kinds of discussions, and I do want to wholeheartedly thank my friends, Angus, Mike, Dean, as well as all the rest that continue to support us, the litigation team. As Mike had mentioned, they are top-notch. They're the best at what they're doing. Because this is the cusp of history. History is being made. The agreement in principle itself is the largest treaty settlement in the history of Canada. And that's quite a significant accomplishment. And we know that we are being supported by our relatives right across this country, because they also have the same issue that they wish to deal with. They're stuck with a $5 annuity. Chiefs and councils, that today was a time for us to acknowledge that there's an opportunity to change circumstances for our people right now with the agreement in principle. So I want to thank you all for listening to the panel, and please be sure to ask questions, because we're available. Your trustees are available, your councils are available, and the litigation lawyers are available also. There's a booth in behind the roundhouse by the community center. And please ask the questions. Let's continue to have dialogue. Let's continue talking with each other. Miigwech bamampi mena.
Are there any questions out there? I'm going to do a quick scan. No questions. Kawit. No, seriously, are there any questions? I don't see any hands up. I can't see in the dark over there under the tent. Oh, there's one question over here. Okay.
Testing, testing.
Thank you. Not really a question, because you're asking if I have any questions. I don't. I sure as hell will. So I'm wondering how we forward the questions from this point on.
How do you fold? What was that again? Can you
Sorry,
repeat?
can I hear?
You were asking if we had any questions. I don't right now, but I will. So how do we forward questions in the future?
Talk to Mike. No, there is the Robinson Huron Treaty 1850.com. There's an email there, and you can send in some of your questions through there, and they'll likely be answered. Miigwech.
Testing.
Minogajep Chiefs, Espanola, Domtar and Espanola announced yesterday closure, and I was not taken aback by that. I've had feelings towards that place that weren't so positive. They never hired any Anishinaabe people in the mill. They kept the back-breaking stuff for the work for the Anishinaabe in the bush, cutting trees with chainsaws all day, but no work ever in the mill. And anyway, said when they closed up, I was not taken aback. I was not upset because they never hired any Anishinaabe from our area. But anyway, your thoughts on that? He said that we lost employment there, but I think we were just getting there, but now they're gone. Any thoughts on that?
To the Anishinaabe at the time. So, yeah, there's a lot of environmental hazards that continue and have occurred that affect us in most of our First Nation communities by way of industry. So there's a lot to say, and sometimes when these places need to close, I guess it comes to the end. And I know that there's maybe some economic life. I'm not sure what that is, but I don't think it hurts Anishinaabe when we hear that that place is finally closing down. And who knows, maybe we'll see all of the fish come back, and we're comfortable enough to want to eat the fish coming out of the river again. I know those different kind of health folks do give us an indication that this is not really healthy going in every day, guys. And we see some of the impacts of the environment, certainly when we look west to our brothers and sisters in Treaty 3. We hear about Grassy Narrows, how that mill continues continues to kill their people to this day. Yeah, so there's
A lot to say about industry and how harmful and impactful it has been to our health.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Just from my understanding and the way I look at treaty as it relates to what happened in Espanola with the Domtar mill, what an incredible opportunity for us. When Batchewana asserted our jurisdiction based on our reserved rights under the treaty to manage the forest in a sustainable way through the issuance of permits to our own loggers based on our people's expectations around how the forest is management, we had the biggest opposition from the existing forest management companies, the forest, the buyers, the marketplace. They complained, Clerk Forest Management complained about Batchewana out there cutting their logs. And they were receiving illegal licenses from Ontario to log this forest under a poisonous, toxic forest management system, as I understand it, the way I see it as I drive through the bush. What I see now, we're going to have a lot of people that are going to be unemployed that are going to look to us as an option to resolve, and they might support us in asserting jurisdiction. Let's assert forestry jurisdiction, kick out all those people that are out there logging from a corporate perspective instead of a kind to our earth perspective, and let's really satisfy the expectations of all our relatives around us who look to us to help them, to help us clean the forest, to manage the forest in a sustainable way. We in Batchewana are actually, I believe, the first First Nation, maybe in Canada, that are issuing logging permits under treaty right now. And we have interim agreements, working on a longer term agreement to be able to manage from our perspective. We don't take a delegated authority from Ontario to manage the forest because Ontario is illegally asserting jurisdiction and managing the forest wrongfully. We can do that. You can do that. So let's get together on how we can manage the forest and not take a license from Ontario, but give a license to Ontario to manage it from our perspective in a sustainable way, or let's just manage it ourselves. There's an opportunity with Domtar.
Yeah.
Miigwech.
Miigwech. Miigwech Nishnabek. Angus, Mike, Dean, Chimiigwech. Oh.
Hey, one more question. One more question. One more question. Hello, Ani. Hello.
Yes? We are
Annie, Chimiigwech kani ijisan with Nangadonian. When I sat with Naugabo as an elder, I often brought this up. Are we ever going to get compensated for having to hide our cultural of life the way we had to hide in the bushes, in the mountains when we had our sweat lodges and all our beliefs, our culture was hidden in the bushes. Now we have proof. You can see it, how we have our healing lodge sitting out there today. So I want to acknowledge that today. But will the government ever compensate us for doing what they did to us, taking our cultural away? Miigwech.
Anybody want to answer that? Yeah.
Nasageni nansastama Jajawage Chigamagi Jonyagi Migwen Vandage Giskonit Anishnabe Jajage Nijing Gitabage Gikeda Menage Jonyag Megwa Migwen Manda Anishnabe Ming. We Napu scabbing Mampi and dying. Midaske Geni Nika Ekend Mawageni.
Miigwech. Miigwech. Where I was going, Miigwech. Angus, miigwech Mike, miigwech Dean, minok chimiigwech Mabaduk, denak mandagishichkeat nango, gaje gwejmigaswat. Minodesh miigwech wan anik mampi bangigego, minigwe wasna nawa minigwek. Now, chimiigwech. We're going to get into the next portion. We're not going to give you a break, but you know you're more than welcome to get up and go and pee or whatever you have to do, or just get up and stretch your legs, or whatever. You can go stand up and go like this every once in a while. Quinoa, go watch it, cake. But maybe, no, I'm going to wait till noon. Becca. I'm going to wait till after maybe Jerry talks. I have a little story to tell you, a couple of stories maybe. So, did you want to introduce Jerry? I'm not sure. The next presentation is Onakunigewan, Creator's Law. Creator's Law.
Again, we want to thank our panel for coming up here this morning and starting us off, and miigwech to Chief Pelche for helping us out this morning. It gives me a great pleasure and honor to welcome our next presenter, Onakunigewan, Creator's Law. We want to welcome Dr. Jerry Fontaine, who's not unfamiliar with our territory. He, 1991, 92, somewhere thereabouts, Garden River hosted the first modern-day gathering of the Three Fires Confederacy. And at that time, Jerry was chief of his community, Fort Alex, and then he changed it to Seguin. And they brought about 100 people from his community in Manitoba to come here and participate in the Three Fires Confederacy. Later on, we developed a really good friendship between our two communities, and Jerry was a special advisor to his Uncle Phil at the Assembly of First Nations. And then we were doing work at Shingwak Education Trust, and we scooped him up and brought him over, and he helped us craft the covenant between Algoma University and Shingwak Education Trust. And so Jerry is also responsible for developing the curriculum for Shingwak and Omagegamic. We also played a big role in terms of the Anishinaabeg Discovery Center. And how we did that was that he went on Christmas holidays and he went down to Texas, of all places. And upon returning from Texas, he said, I have an idea. When I was in Texas, I went to the President Lyndon Johnson Library. And I think that's something that we could work here. We'll have a National Chiefs Library. And so that was the beginning of the Anishinaabeg Discovery Center. So today it's a close to $12 million facility that we have across from Algoma University. Jerry has developed some very strong relationships here in the community as well. So let's give a nice warm welcome to our brother, our friend, Dr. Jerry Fontaine, on Onakunigewan and Creator's Law.
Bonjour. Hello. Okay. I'm not getting ready to fight. I come in peace. Bonjour. Makwa gima indigenous cause makwana tutem. Ojibwe Indao. Sagatong donji, miwete, Genebe nong a take the ke. Nichiki and ma bijan meno, where kidigan zibi. Inge Menedan bijan ma penego. Wewin indicanema, Anishinabekama, Tapskunishimek, Sek, Medish, Pangish, in the Jean, Inakanegewin, or Unakanegewin, Manitou, Kichi Manitou, Unakanegewin. I'm Bear Clan from a place in the west called Sagatawang, where the river widens. That's where my homelands are, and that's where I've come from. And I will say this too, in terms of Sagatawang, that's where my family rests, and that's probably where I'll end my walk on this land as well. I just want to say this in terms of Gidgan ZB. As Daryl said, I came here with about 800 of our people for the first Three Fires gathering in 91, 92. And Sagatong at that time was starting talking about Inakinegewin, Wuginene Inakinegewin. That's about our ability to create our own laws under Unakinegewin. Unakinegewin is the Creator's law. So there's a fundamental difference between Unakinegewin, Shigo, Inakinegewin. Unakinegewin is spelled, if you spell it, it's spelled with an O. Man-made law, or Anishinaabe law, is Inakinegewin, which is spelled with an I. So there's a subtle difference, but boy, you know, it's an incredible distinction, or to have that understanding between the two words. So I'm here to talk a little bit about Unakinegewin, Shigo Inakinegewin, both. But before I do that, I just want to acknowledge people that I've met in my travels and my time here. My brother, Daryl Bosno, I've known him since the first Three Fires gathering in 91. He was the chief here at that time. And the generosity, the friendship that he showed the citizens from Sagatawang, you know, stayed with our community for a long, long time, and still, you know, he's recognized as a very dear friend and brother to our community. His wife, Martina, my sister, she's Bear Clan as well. And that friendship, as you know, as Daryl said, you know, we've sustained that friendship for a long time. And, you know, I was sitting with Alex Surrett, who I've known from my first time here. And she was pretty fundamental, too, in our work with Shingwa Kinama Gegemigung. And was a trusted friend and an advisor to me during my time here as well. I see Kikito Ikwe Miwete, Carol Hermiston as well. I met her during my second time here at Algoma University. Reni Uchiba, who was Ogima from his community, was somebody I got to know quite well here as well. His wife, Barb Day. You know, I've Earl Commanda, who I met probably my first time Indian Act chief in the late 80s, early 90s. Angus Toulouse, another Ogima that I've known for quite some time as well. So this land, I'm part of this land, I have, I wouldn't say I have roots here, but I have deep friendships. So I have a deep connection to this land, to the people on the North Shore. So in terms of, I just want to share this, my understanding of Manitou, Unakinegewin, and this idea of treaty, or this concept of treaty. One of the things I'll say, and Chinishnabek, who have probably a better understanding, fluency of the Ojibwe, Udawa, and Potawatomi language, can tell me that I'm wrong as well. I make the point time and again whenever I talk about treaty, I make the point by saying that Anishinabek didn't have a word for treaty. Treaty was a European concept that they brought to establish a relationship with our people. What we did have, though, what we understood the concept. We heard on the panel about this idea called unity, but we had an understanding of a relationship of what this word meant to us. So in Saging, the Ojibwe word, or Ojibwe word that we've come to use is agoituin. You know, basically to cover yourself in the bounty of the land. But it's not really the word treaty. It's the concept. It's the relationship that was established. That's what we speak to. The other concept that we have is pitikutaduin, to come into my lodge. So if you come into my lodge, because of this relationship, you know, whatever I have in my lodge, if it's heat, I'll share my heat with you. If it's my food, I'll share my food with you. If it's safety, I'll provide you safety. That's what Binigadadwin means. And that's essentially our meaning, or our understanding of what this relationship is about, this treaty relationship. The second relationship, or the second understanding of this relationship, this treaty relationship that we have, is Pejik imikwan, shiko Pejik unegan. One bowl, one spoon. So, if we're sharing food within this bowl, we take equal parts of the food that's within that bowl. One spoonful at a time, one spoonful to me, one spoonful to you. So it's equal sharing. That's what we were looking at in terms of these negotiations that took place when treaties were negotiated. Now, where I come from, the first relationship, I'll use the word treaty, the first treaty relationship that we had was with Kishe Manitou. Kishe Manitou put us here on this land. Mi ma Manitou okay. He placed us here, or Manitou, the spirit, I shouldn't say he, Kishe Manitou placed us here. And when he placed us here, he gave us life. And in return for that life, we agreed to live according to Migoek Unakinegewen, Nijwaso Unakinegewen, these 7 teachings. So in exchange for Bimadisvin, we agreed to walk according to the Nijwasu, the 7 teachings, or the 7 sacred laws. So that was the first relationship. Me and Ma, we, I always say, the animals agreed as well to provide us with sustenance. That was the second relationship that was created, or the second treaty that was created between the animals and ourselves. Nitutem gainin tapsko gino. So we have plants kitutem inanik. So in exchange for this sustenance, this life that our brothers and sisters gave to us, we agreed to acknowledge them. I'm Bear Clan. So I have a responsibility to respect Makwa. That's my responsibility, and to honor the bear that provided me sustenance. Tapsku name, sturgeon. Tapsku chichak, crane. Tapsku mong, loon. Tapsku washkeishe. Tapsku wabishishe. Martin. So we have that. We agreed to honor these animals, that provided us clans and provided us sustenance. And they in turn sacrificed themselves to provide us sustenance and to protect us. So that's where I begin when I talk about this word called treaty. So when we started negotiating with the Europeans, these treaty relationships, our people were coming from a different place. Our people were coming from a very spiritual place. And the leaders that were negotiating or that were sitting at these treaty circles were guided by a different, from a Manituk, that were from, quite a different place. They weren't of this world. The European, on the other hand, was looking at material things. So, in exchange for what the European wanted was access to land. Our people were thinking atanang, the past, and we're taking wabang, the future. And these concepts, again, are very different. So I think that's the fundamental fight that we have with Canada today. The provinces, we have that struggle, and we'll always continue to have that struggle. I think what we heard from the panel here today is quite true. The leadership the leadership tried to use ceremony as much as they could. Manutu Kewin, or Manitu Kewinen. For me, Manitu Kewin, the ceremony is very important to what we did in Sagatoang years ago in terms of establishing Saging in Akinegewin. Saging started the walk towards I would say sovereignty. And we have to be very careful too when we talk about sovereignty, because Saging was an Ojibwe community of the Ojibwe Nation. So we owe our sovereignty to the Ojibwe Nation, which is part of the Nishuashkete Ekan, Anishinaabe, Kodushkete Ekan, the Three Fires Confederacy. So anything that we did as a community within this nation, we have to be respectful of the nation as a whole. So when we started the lawmaking process, if I can use that word, we had to be, we sent notice to the Ojibwe Nation that we were going to be doing these things. these government sovereignty initiatives. So in that regard, one of the first things we did, we, because of the Three Fires, well, no, because of Treaty 3, actually. Treaty 3, Sagatong was part of Treaty 3, part of Treaty 1. Treaty 1 was signed 1871, August 3rd. Treaty 3 we signed September 23rd, 1873. So we're part of two treaties. The North Shore is Treaty 3, South Shore is Treaty 1. So as part of this lawmaking initiative, we had to inform Treaty 3 that we were going to be doing, we were going to be taking this initiative. So under Treaty 3 has its own constitution called Manitou, Ake Inakinege, when the Creator's Law. And we had to be mindful of what that law meant to Treaty 3, and we had to get ratification for Saging and Akinege win. We had to get approval from Treaty 3. We didn't go to the province. We didn't go to the feds, the federal government. We went to our own peoples. And part of that, of course, was the Three Fires Confederacy, which we had the gathering in 91. That's my notes. Yeah. I'll just share a little story. I mean, this is not part of the talk, actually, but I think it's kind of apropos. So I was on a panel with Elijah Harper's brother at one time, and he was talking, and he had a lot of paper, like this, and he was as though he was reading. So he'd finish this page, he'd go like that, and he'd keep reading. And then I said, Frank, boy, you had a lot of paper. He said, yeah, take a look, he says. I looked at his paper, they're blank paper. He was just pretending to people that he had all these notes, but one of the purest and best speakers I've ever heard. Anyways, he was just, it was an incredible thing to see and to hear. But anyways, where was I in terms of the Three Fires Confederacy? So we came here in 91, and you know, as I said, my brother Darrell was was a chief at that time, and we still owe him a buckskin jacket, by the way, our community, because our people were so taken by his kindness. And my deceased dad was one of the people who said, yeah, we have to gift this man a buckskin jacket. And I think, I don't know how many years that would be, from 23 to 1991, but 2023, 1991, he still hasn't received this buckskin jacket. So every time I see him, I reference that. But anyways, so it's very important concepts that we have to keep in mind whenever we talk about governance, whenever we talk about sovereignty, and whenever we talk about nationhood. We heard that a lot this morning, the idea of nationhood. We heard that a lot this morning in terms of ceremony. Ceremony is really foundational to everything, anything that we do as an Anishinaabe. You know, I've written Our Hearts Are As One Fire, which is about 3 leaders, 3 Ugimak, and of the Three Fires Confederacy. I'll just share this story very quickly in terms of why I focused on these three leaders. And and I say this proudly, and I shout this whenever I talk about Anishinaabe. If it weren't for the Three Fires Confederacy, led by Upondrak in 1763, we'd have no treaty. It's because of our people that, we're able to share this idea of Bidigadad Win Treaty. Pontiac took the war in 1763 because there was, you had the Europeans that were moving westward, from the East Coast. So he and the Three Fires Confederacy decided, look, we're not going to have this anymore. We're not going to accept this. So we're going to take the war. The war, 1763, produced the Royal Proclamation of 1763. In my mind, and I've written this in the book, that the Royal Proclamation was a surrender on the part of Great Britain. Keep this in mind. Of the 8 major forts that the British had on our lands, Pontiac and the Three Fires Confederacy took 6 of the major forts. They only left 2. They didn't take Fort Pitt because of smallpox. And they didn't take Fort Detroit because Pontiac and the Three Fires had found out that that the French had surrendered. So what Pontiac said when they finished their siege of Fort Detroit is, they can have their fort, we have our land. So there was a proclamation line that was established. And this proclamation line said that there would be no further trespass into lands west of this proclamation line. What he also established was this treaty framework. There was an understanding that if there was going to be use of our land, there would have to be a treaty in place. So that's where treaties began, the idea or the concept of treaties. So we make this point in Manitoba that Manitoba was created illegally. Because Manitoba was created in 1873. 1870, sorry. Treaty 1 was signed 1871. So Manitoba couldn't have been created, couldn't exist without a treaty. So we make that point. But what Manitoba and Canada has done, they said, well, the Manitoba Act is a treaty. And we say, how so? They say, well, because the Metis are referenced in the Manitoba Treaty. So because of the Metis, they created this this province. And I don't mean to offend any of Metis here, but Treaty 1 wasn't signed until 1871. And we take the position that the Manitoba Act is not a treaty. So that's a political argument that has to be made, and we have to be firm in stating this. The other thing, so we begin with 1763, the Royal Proclamation of 1763. And what Pontiac and the Three Fires established at that time too was this idea called the middle ground. So if there's going to be a separation between the nations, there had to be a place where we would come and meet and talk politics, talk economics, talk trade, talk relationship. And from Pontiac and the Three Fires, they saw treaties as this new middle ground. Nawea. This is where all of the relationship between the nations and our people would take place. You know, you move forward to 1812. Mima anje, away, ugema. Tecumseh and Kazawin, this man called Tecumseh, and away, ugema ma wanje. This other man that was from here, this other leader, Shingwak, they took the war in 1812. They took the war because they challenged, well, they saw, I think we heard that today again about the collective, the importance of the collective. What Tecumseh and Shingwak at that time said, no one leader, no one community can decide or make decisions for all of us as a collective. If we're going to have a relationship, if we're going to have decisions, these decisions have to be made by all of our people, by all of our communities, and by all of our nations. This is one of the things he spoke of, or they spoke to. So the collective, in my mind, is really fundamentally important to how we do things. And, you know, I mentioned earlier that when we were starting this saging inakinege, when this lawmaking process, if we were doing things with respect to Treaty 1, we had to tell the other communities of Treaty 1 that this is what we were going to do, because anything that we did might affect the collective. And I'll give you an example. During, there was a push for gaming. So Saging had we had a makeshift casino. So we had slot machines. So one night, and there were 4 other communities that had these gaming enterprises as well. Rat Portage, White Bear, Russo, Saging. So we were raided one early morning. And the chiefs, the Indian Act chiefs, which I was one of them, we were arrested and charged with running, an illegal gaming operation. So we were going to challenge gaming under treaty. But before we did that, we had to have support from the other treaty nations, not only Treaty 1, but the numbered treaties, 1 through 11, the pre-Confederation treaties that would include the Robinson, Huron, and Superior, and the peace and friendship treaties. And one of the things we were told, this is what we were told in ceremony, and this is what we were told by Kichi Anishinaabe, is if you can't, you wouldn't be, or you can't challenge this issue on the basis of treaty if one treaty nation disapproves or doesn't support the initiative, because it would impact their treaty. So we wrote a letter to all of the treaty nations, the treaty communities, and we received a a lot of responses from the communities. Some said yes, by all means, but others said no. What we were told, what they told us is if you challenge this gaming initiative on the basis of treaty, and if you lose, it's going to impact us. So we would advise you caution. We respect your right, you know, as a community, under the, as an Ojibwe Anishinaabe community. We respect your right, but bear in mind that if you lose, it'll impact all of us. So there's that understanding of that collective. And I think this is one of the reasons I heard this morning from the leadership that spoke on the panel is the collective, the unity is really important. So that's really, in my mind, for anything that we do, you know, as Anishinaabe, we have to be mindful of that. And we're only, you know, I mean, it might sound cliche, but we're only as strong as our weakest link. And that's so true. And one thing I heard here this morning as well, this, it's a movement. It's reclaiming our right to do things on our own, that we don't need anyone or the federal government or the provincial government's approval to be able to do things. Abishitun awe inakini gewin. Abishitun awe pidigudadwin. Abishitun awe agoitwin. You know, use that. Abishitun kinoan ishnabek. Use your people. And me ma. That's where, you know, we get strength of conviction, and I think that's really important. And I really take heart in terms of what I've heard here today. So, you know, I've kind of gone off on a rant here. You know, I was trying to talk about Pontiac, 1763, Tecumseh, and Shingwak in 1812. And the reasons why they took to war in 1812. But one of the things, you know, I hear continually, like, what did the Anishinaabe ever contribute to this country? And my response is, well, if it weren't for Tecumseh and Shingwak, Canada wouldn't exist today. Because the only protection this land had after the British hightailed it out of the, you know, the battle, the only protection this land had was Tecumseh and Shingwak and the Three Fires Confederacy. So Canada owes its darn existence to our people. And I just want to say this as well, and I'm a really proud Ojibwe Anishinaabe and Nene, so I tell the other nations as well, the other treaty nations, well, if it weren't for the Three Fires Confederacy and the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi, we'd have no treaties today. And that's our people. Our people fought for that. Our people died for that in 1763. And we still, you know, we still enjoy the, we enjoy, but we also fight for whatever rights that we have, that we understand, that we have under the treaty. So the other leader that and that I want to speak to is the man that was from this community, Shingwak. The Romson Huron, Romson Superior Treaties 1850, served as a template for the numbered treaties. So anything that we negotiated from Treaty 1, you know, we looked at the 1850 treaty here as a template, as a guide. And that's what we used. And in my community, you know, some of our people came from this community and moved west. Some of our people, part of my family, for example, came from White Earth and moved up to Manitoba. But we had this understanding that something special had happened here in 1850. And you're seeing the benefits of that with Wawinda Magawan, your movement that you speak of. You know, the annuities case. And some people think that, you know, Anishinaabe, we just, you know, we take concepts out of the air. You know, for example, you have to share in the revenue. You have to share in the benefits that we take from resources. So that came from here. Can you imagine 1850? You had the leadership at that time saying, look, if you're going to take resources from this land, you have to share revenue. You have to share, you know, in the bounty of this land. So this is what this Wawinda Magawan movement is about. I think it's about writing, correcting history, and taking control again of our own understanding. And you know what? I will say this, and because we have a ceremony as foundational to everything that we do. We have the power of spirit. And I'll say this as well in terms of Manitou Kewanan, in terms of ceremonies. Saging, before we went down this path towards governance and sovereignty, we went to a chiskan. We went to a shaking tent to get some direction in terms of how we would do this. And this is what the shaking tent told us. And I'll share this. I don't mind sharing this because I've written about it in the book. So at the ceremony, when we first, I'll step back a little bit. When we first got into office in the late 80s, Saging was in receivership. It was pretty divided. It was a pretty volatile community. And Saging has a history of eating its leadership. And the shelf life of most leaders in the community is not very long. So we needed to do something differently. So the elders at that time said, well, Ajan, Giscaning, go to the shaking tent. Tap it in away, Kinamagewin, and take these teachings from it. Tap it in, Abajitun, and use them. So we went to the shaking tent. So me mao and je, away, Mikinak is there. Makwa. The little people. So, meet every season, every 3 months. Ni meeting, dance at the every 3 months. We can get every 3 months. So we would meet every 3 months, or the changing of the season. We would feast and we would dance. That was the way of people coming together by doing this. Manachia Anishinaabe. Manache Anishinaabe, Manache Anishinaabe. Respect, 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 respect your people. And me manje maybe she suck. They're excited. They're really excited and they talk very fast. And one of their teaching was, don't be afraid. Abishuun away, you're not going to get one. Use we're not going to go and show and not going to get one. Use Creator's law. Use Anishinaabe law. Don't be afraid. Abishuun. So these were, these were the directions that we were given by the Chiskan. And the community still uses that. This what we got from the shaking tent. And you can't really explain what takes place, because you hear Manitok, you hear the spirits, and they talk to you, and they tell you, what path to follow. So that's pretty powerful. And so I could relate to what your leaders were speaking about this morning in terms of ceremony, in terms of spirit. And, in many ways, I'm not sure which one of the leaders talked about that Shingwak and Nabago Ching are here today with all of you, and they walk with you. And ever since my first time here, when I came here, I was a young Indian Act chief. I was looking for a path forward too for our people. I was looking for coming to some understanding and coming to know who our people were, or why we talked so strong about treaty, or I go to win or pidi gadaduin. So I got that teaching here at that first Three Fires gathering in '91. And the leadership at that time, I would have to say, was schooled as well. We were given heck by the elders, by the Medewagan, by the lodge, because we were told if you have to know where you come from to be able to know where you're going to go. So in terms of the leadership, these three leaders that I spoke of, Pontiac, Tecumseh, and Shingwak, they went to the lodge first and foremost, to get sanctioned to take the war in 1763 and 1812, 1850. And that's really a really important message, that these three leaders would actually go to the lodge for sanction. And one of the things I'll say, the lodge couldn't sanction the war because the Medewagan is a place of peace and love. and respect. But what they did sanction was the spiritual message of what was to take place in 1763 and 1812. Because the direction to take the war was given by a man by the name of Niwin. He had a spiritual message. He had a dream that Anishinaabe should take the war in 1763. So that's what the Medevagan sanctioned, was that spiritual message of Niwin. Mimaonje, from there, in 1812, they sanctioned the spiritual vision of Lala Wisikau, who was Tecumseh's younger brother. He too had this vision that something had to be done to prevent or to protect the land and the resources and the future of our people. Can you imagine that in 1763, 1812, our communities were already afraid that we were going to lose our culture, we were going to lose our land, we were going to lose our language, we were going to lose all of it, everything that made us unique to this land. So that's one of the reasons why they took the war in 1763 and 1812. And, well, Shingwak's position here in 1850 as well. So, you know, the spiritual vision and message is really important. And again, I just want to reiterate what leadership said here this morning in terms of that it's ceremony, manutike, they lie at the foundation of everything that we do. And it really has to be, so, I don't know how much time do I have. What? 1 o'clock? I was asking how long I said I could talk to 1 o'clock. I can sing. I can give you some tunes. But I just, I'll stop here. If you have any questions, by all means, ask me questions. Okay. Yeah, I'll be around. Again, I apologize. I wasn't keeping time. Yeah. Okay, I can talk some more. Yeah. Anyways, just by way of information, a lot of what I talk about is written in this book, Our Hearts As One Fire, and it's the book was actually written here, and it was written here because the power of the land, the strength of the land, the memory of the land, remembers who you are, remembers your inwewen, you know, your language, and that's really really important, I think, for me, anyways. You know, the language that I speak, everywhere that I go, I try to speak Ojibwe as much as I can, because it's an attempt to make connection or let the land remember my language, my name, Makwa Ugima, Indigenous, Makwa Nututem. It also, I also want the land to know that Ojibwe Anishinaabe Sagatong Dunji, from where the river widens. So I make that connection. I want to make that connection. And for me, you know, it sets me, established some balance in my life, where in terms of what I was doing. the other thing I should say about the book as well, the name of the book we got actually from a sweat at a sweat lodge here at Daryl's place. And then I took the name to a shaking tent in Lac Seul. And the shaking tent said, yeah, Abjitun, use that name. Don't be shy. Bazagwin, stand up. Abjitun, stand up and use it. So our hearts are as one fire. Nishwesh go tekan, anishna beko dushke tekan. So that's, again, you know, it's so, ceremony and language are powerful. And again, you know, it distinguishes, it makes the distinction of who we are. As, I guess I'll use the term as treaty people. I hear the term as well, that we're all treaty people. I don't know if I agree with that. Because if we're all treaty people, Anishinabek, all treaty Anishinabek would be the richest people in this, on these lands. So I have difficulty understanding what that means really, that we're all treaty people. And for me, this idea of reconciliation has to begin with respecting my rights as a Anishinaabe, as somebody, as a citizen of Treaty 1. The only places I can enjoy or use or exercise my treaty right is on treaty territory, strangely enough. So if I go, I'll use this as an example. So if I wanted to purchase tax-free gas, the only place I could do it would be here in Botswana. I wouldn't be able to use it in Sault Ste. Marie. I wouldn't be able to use it in Toronto or any place other than treaty territory. So that's that's really that's fundamental to me, to this idea of reconciliation. We actually don't have a word for reconciliation either. That's the closest concept I have. To end these bad thoughts. So we have to, in my mind anyways, we have to take back our original concepts to these terms. Because a lot of these terms, again, they really don't come from us. They come from, well, in this case, reconciliation. It's Canada trying to change its narrative. It's Canada attempting to say, well, you know what, Canada is actually a good place to live. Because we're reconciling with the Anishinaabe when we're really not. You know, there's no understanding of what really this means. I ask, you know, I travel a lot. I ask Anishinaabe, Monsieur, we're getting reconciliation. Months, I don't know. We're getting this bunen. Oh yeah, okay. Nikendan. We're going to stop these bad thoughts. Anyway, that's what we look. That's what we look for. You know, when we have this talk too about, we'll get in, Garek. Anishinaabe, Ijichigewan, Kendas. When we heard a little bit about that this morning, our ways of doing to come to this place of knowing. This idea of knowing, it's alive. We always search. We have to have, we come to this place of this place of knowing, of understanding life. And we do our own things. This is what we do things. So what do? We use Dipachimunan, our personal stories, Atsukanak, sacred stories, spiritual history, our moral stories. So this is how we learn things, using these stories, these different types of stories, And the other thing that we do, we heard from your leadership this morning, we go to ceremony. That's one of the most unique and one of the most powerful and most grounded ways of coming to know things is by going to ceremony. You have young people today. I was just talking to Nancy Punch. She was talking about Melanie Goodchild, who just defended her dissertation. She uses a lot of ceremony in her writing. So that's how she comes to know things. Ceremony. So this is a powerful thing to do too. It's a powerful place to get an understanding, wisdom, and knowing. And I never use the word knowledge actually when because to me knowledge is it means well, this is knowledge, right? It's from your books and whatnot. Knowing, it's alive. You know, we get our understanding of life from the land, from stories, from ceremony. That's our way of doing things. To come to this understanding or this place of knowing. So we have to change the narrative ourselves. And we have that. Boy, we have that. That's one, that's one way of doing it. You have these young people that are studying there, that are using different approaches to know things. And boy, we have to trust our ways of doing. We can't depend on the Western Academy to be able to do to be able to teach us things. Jean, go and visit the elders. Like one of the things, I've been teaching at the university for a long while, and I ask young Anishinaabe, why do you come here? To find out who I am. This young girl. And I say, well, you come to the university to find out who you are. Like, who's going to tell you who you are? And then she said, well, you. I said, well, I'm not going to tell you. I can't tell you who you are. You have to go to your community. Talk to the elders. Talk to the ceremonial people. Talk to the wisdom keepers, the spiritual leaders, the medicine people. Talk to these people. They'll tell you who you are, or they'll help you find out who you are. So that's really, all of that is really fundamental to everything that we're doing right now in terms of Inakane Gewin. This, we're talking about sovereignty. Miwe Inakane Gewin, that's Anishinaabe Jichigewin. That's how we do things. And if we're going to change how we talk to the federal government, yeah, we have to use our language, and I think we heard that too today. We have to use our own concepts. We have to take these ideas or these concepts and our own ideas and concepts to how we relate to both levels of government, or even 3 levels of government, because you have the federal government, you have the provincial government, and you have your municipal government. So we're constantly at odds with these 3 levels of government. And we have to speak, like our own words, our own language. And that's how we take control of the narrative. And we have to, I used to talk about counter-narrative, but you know what? That's giving too much authority to the non. I'll say non-Anishinaabe. I shouldn't say that, actually. And I want to be mindful and respectful too, because you can't be, Anishinaabe. We're all Anishinaabe, we're all human beings. So I don't think I can say this to, let's say, a white person, say, oh, you're non-Anishinaabe, you're a non-human being. I can't say that. I'd be totally disrespectful in saying that. So maybe, when I write, I talk about, and when I teach too, or share in university, I talk about, I use the word white, and I know it might offend some people, but I'm mindful of that too. So everything is about taking back our ways of doing, our ways of knowing. And I'll finish off with this. In terms of where we are and how we come to do these amazing things, to find this amazing wisdom. So we talk about these stories, and these stories are part of our. I'm going to. I don't know how many of you would know how we come to know things. That's these stories. I mentioned the we come to this other place called Nananakata. Well, no. Inad is when how we live. So how we live is basically based on our stories and the teachings that we get from these stories. And the last, we're continually searching, we're continually digging for an understanding and wisdom. And this is where we, for me, this is where the foundation, the beginning of everything that we do, for me, that's the beginning. So with that, I'll just say, me, apachichi mi gwech, nichike damba bijanama, gidganzibi, chike goani shoe, agoi to win, shigo, mitigeta to win. Nishin, yeah, kibija, kino, ama. Miwe te ganin, a join a snap shimando, Niganigana, Migrach.
Chimigwach Jerry, Upchin even a go kit batan, Kim Minwachim ga, Manda de Squiminigo, Minigue was, Ipigiga Gita. He will be around most of the afternoon, and tomorrow I think he will be here. So if you want to catch him, if you have any questions about anything that he has talked about, or just anything that you want to know about Acknowledgments. Okay, that brings us to our lunch hour. If you haven't registered this morning, put your name on down over there. They'll give you a little lunch ticket. Don't forget our traders, our artists over there across the road. There's lots of items for sale, lots of nice skirts and shirts. And yesterday we really needed the hoodies. And I can't put on a hoodie, but I could certainly wear those 4 shirts that I found. Unfortunately, the owner come and got them. Anyway, so I was going to put all 4 of the shirts on yesterday. This afternoon, we're going to take a lunch break now until 1:30. At 1:30, we're going to have a panel discussion here at 1:30 until about 3, probably maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock. And then at 3 o'clock, Spirit and Intent Ceremony and the Anishinaabe Perspective. Leroy Bennett will present that. And then we'll have a dinner break at 4:30. And then we have entertainment with Roger Daybuch and his band and Crystal Shawanda. In the community center, we have the role of the youth at 1:30 with Quinn Mewasagi. So I encourage all the youth to go there and take part in that. In the teaching lodge, we have at 1:30 our sacred bundles with Melanie Goodchild. Did I pronounce that right? Melanie Goodchild, our sacred bundles. And then at 3, the Wampum teachings with Ken Miracle. And the Nagdawendamin Cultural Corner still has this afternoon learning to paint Ojibwe florals. I always say flowers, but it's florals. I was going to tell you something too. This was not claimed yet. Jackie Bowerman. If Jackie Bowerman is here, come and get, you won something over there. I think they have some draws that looks like her rushing over here. I don't know. Maybe not. She's just rushing to talk to somebody over there. Okay, Jackie Bowerman, if you know her, perhaps you can tell her that I have it up here. Also, a set of keys were lost, and they could be found at the registration desk. And there was a blockage over here of cars blocking. They're in the way of people getting in and out of this elders parking lot. We have the license plates, numbers. Jackie. I was gonna.
Well, Barb is handing that gift off. So here's the license plate. It's AXWN 640. And the other one is CETH 251. If you don't move them, they're going to be raffled off. So I encourage you to go move your cars as possible because it's a safety issue as well.
I just wanted to share with you a thought that came genigam kwen mampigigig dot mampigamakam madbechik. They were talking about lighting a fire in Thunder Bay, right? And then they mentioned something about the jail, the correctional center or a jail. And there's, he says we pay our rent there, or, you know, there's lots of Anishinaabe in the jail. Well, in my language pursuit of trying to create speakers, and that's what we have to do. We have to create speakers. How are we going to do that? Talk to the kids, talk to everybody in the language, make them understand what you're saying by doing all this, you know what I do, eh? So do that, you know, and don't translate to English. Like if you say, go and get me that cup over there, to go in not more nagas. And they kind of look over there and nod in. Be more shit. Just continue doing that, eh? And don't translate it to English because you're spoiling that. That we have a language acquisition device over here, and you're cutting that off if you translate to English. So don't try not to do that. Just say, okay, they'll know it's a cup. You want to drink something and go get it. Eh? They'll understand your emotions. Well, anyway, when they were talking about the jails, and I know that our jails were full of Anishinaabe people, and pretty soon we hope to correct that. Eh? And in my thoughts a few years ago, and I said, you know, language acquisition takes a lot of time. It's very hard to learn a language, eh? But if you decide you want to acquire the language, like a kid, you can start listening to speakers. You can start listening to somebody that's going to make you understand. That's why my name is Nestat Mokit in my bio there. Nestat Mokit, one who makes people understand what she's talking about in the language. Anyway, so I thought about that at that time, a few years back. Everybody works, all adults or young people. They go to school, they don't got time. They only get 20 minutes of language in the school, and then it's not immersion. It's not, they learn about the language, okay? And young people, young adults, you find jobs, they don't got time. It takes time. If you listen to somebody 8 hours a day, you'll understand them after a while, and then after a while you become to be a speaker, okay? Anyway, so I'm thinking about when they mentioned that there's lots of Anishinaabe people in the Gabakadigamagong, in the jail. And anyway, at that time, when I was thinking, how am I going to produce speakers? Well, the inmates have lots of time. Maybe I should go over there and teach them the language every day, you know? By the time they're finished their time, they would come out being speakers of the language. But anyway, that was just my thought at that time. And I remembered me thinking about that when they were talking about language. Anyway, so with that, we are going to take our language break, our lunch break. We'll take our lunch break and be back here for 1:30. At 1:30, we will have a panel. We'll listen to the panel discussion. Once again, it'll be different. We have surprise panelists. We don't even know who they are. Could be you, right? They could just pick people, you know, from the audience. I see that the sun has come out and the jackets have come off. Hey, don't take anything else off now. I still got my jacket on and another sweater underneath, but once I get into the sun, I probably will take just my jacket off. Now, minui snick, ba ma minoagawam, megawam, godabag nek, apta. Aha, mama. Hello. Oops. Kainjida. So sorry. Kainjida. That's what you say when you say sorry. Kainjida. And it actually means not on purpose. Okay? If you run into somebody or you bump into somebody or you drop something for somebody, kainjida. Kainjida. I'm sorry, but it doesn't translate to that. It translates to not on purpose, okay? I don't know what you would say if it's on purpose. Jidago. Okay, now this afternoon we have, our sacred bundles in the lodge at 1:30. And I think it's just about that time right now. And then following her talk at 3 o'clock, it's wampum teachings with Ken Miracle. Here today we have intro to the Robinson Huron Treaty. Oh no, that's in the community center, intro to Robinson Huron Treaty of 1850 for the youth, okay? If you're a youth, you go there and listen, participate. And no, that was this morning. This afternoon, the role of the youth, okay? What do the youth play? What role do they have in this procedure here? And that's led by Quinn Mewasegi. And here, on the main stage, we have a panel discussion. I told them I'll give you 5 minutes. We're going to call on Barrett Dokis. Barrett, where did you disappear to? Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, you got 4 more minutes then. And he's going to have a surprise guest panelist. So he will be the facilitator for this afternoon at 1:30, followed by a question and answer period. Question period following the role of the Ms. Nawe, okay? And Barrett is going to lead that. And then at 3 o'clock, Spirit and Intent, the ceremony and the Anishinaabe perspective in the annuities case. And that is going to be with Leroy Bennett at 3 o'clock. And then followed by question and answer. And then I think we are going into dinner time then. I had to, you know what I did? I went in this big long lineup of food. And they had, I didn't want to go in this first little thing there, my niece's booth. They have the best fry bread. And so I didn't want to go there because there was 2 big lines. So I went to the next one over there and I wanted chicken fingers, naked chicken wings. So I ordered 1 of each and I had to run home, take one. We shared, my son and I think I gobbled the chicken fingers. I think I gobbled them whole, just about. Dip it in the sauce. That's what I tell the students at the daycare. I spend half a day at the daycare, and when they're eating, you know, on the breakfast, when they are served breakfast, I go around to each class. Oh, winish na yan. Napugot na. Napugot. And then after a while, they start to understand what that is, eh? Okay. Barrett. Okay, here comes Barrett. I don't know if that took 4 minutes, but you're up now on stage here. And he is going to call up the surprise panelists, and he will facilitate the afternoon, or part of the afternoon until 3 o'clock when we get Leroy here. Now, I had to run, and as fast as I can, gobble my lunch down, come right back here, and so I think we start in good time, right? Yep.
And we have an hour and a half.
1:38, you have an hour and a half, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
less than maybe.
Barrett, welcome Barrett, with a nice round of applause.
Miigwech.
Ani, everybody. I have to say that being at the gathering the last couple days, just give me a second here, it has been pretty incredible. A lot of work and effort has gone into putting on this year's gathering, and this has been a continuation this gathering first started in 2016. It's obviously, as you heard this morning, was kind of born out of the grievance that we had regarding our annuities. And so to be a part of this gathering, and just recently I took a little video tour around the site so that people at home can kind of see what's going on. I had someone bring me in a golf cart here. I came in here. Some of you may see me walking around here. I was getting you to wave, and just to show all the positive energy that's taking place here. So I wanted to kind of acknowledge that what's taking place, and I might talk a little bit about more of that in a moment. By the way, I was just looking at some of our statistics. Yesterday we had over 755 registries on site here, and it's quite the show of force. So I'm going to introduce myself a bit more. My name is Barrett Dokis. I'm a descendant of Dokis First Nation. My dad's mother was from Nipissing First Nation. She was a Goulet. On my mom's side, historically, our connection goes back to Wanapitei First Nation at the time of the signing of the treaty. And due to some of the incidents that took place in Wanapitei regarding the flooding of the lake and some of the smallpox things that were taking place at the time, my family ended up in Rabbit Island in Wikwemikong for a couple of generations, and some of our family's still there, and of course we have connections there. So kind of like a bit of a treaty mud, if you kind of say, and I've lived in Sudbury, I've lived in the Bawating, Sault Ste. Marie, Parry Sound, Nipissing, North Bay, so it's a great honor to be able to work for our communities. I started my career in commercial banking in the early 2000s. When I took on that career, I didn't really want to be a banker, but I knew it was a great opportunity for me to learn and develop my own skill set. And after a while, that working in that environment and dealing with some of my clients the way that the bank asks you to deal with things, it didn't make me very comfortable. And there's obviously a big focus on money related to that. But I also knew that I wanted to always come back when my community funded my education. In the back of my mind, I was like, someday I have to give something back for that. And when I was getting kind of frustrated when working at the banks, that's when I kind of decided that it's time for me to give. And I didn't know how at the time, but the Anishinaabe Nation had something called the Economic Blueprint that had just been developed, and a related job opportunity came available for that. And I didn't know a lot about what was going on at the Anishinaabe Nation at the time. I knew we had a Grand Chief, but I probably didn't even know their name. I think actually there was an election about to come up. But I read the Economic Blueprint, and as coming from the background that I did, which was economic development and business, it really kind of resonated with me. And it was a sign that you know, something was being done for our communities to move us in a new direction. And so I eagerly applied for that job and went in for my interview. And the Economic Blueprint called for the development of an economic development department at the Anishinaabe Nation, and I thought this job posting was for me to go work within that department. It turns out when I got there and I was in my job interview, I asked them, I said, has this economic secretariat been established yet? And this was just as I was leaving the interview room. And Gary Dokis, who is the CEO at the time, he's like, no, you're going to be it. There was nobody else in the department, and they didn't have a lot of capacity to implement that. But I ended up working at the Anishinaabe Nation for a total of 7 years, supporting our leadership in a number of ways, doing community engagement around economic development. I got to know many of you through the years as the economic development officers and at gatherings like this. While I was working with the Anishinaabe Nation, I kind of started helping out with the Chiefs of Ontario space as well. And prior to me leaving the Anishinaabe Nation, one of the things I did is I facilitated a discussion between our chiefs and our ministers within Queen's Park around economic development. And after that, the Chiefs of Ontario asked me to come and work for them. And I was a bit reluctant because it was a space where I just had a weird feeling about, and I'll talk a bit more about that in a moment, but I always really was proud of working from the Anishinaabe Nation, but I had a conversation with my mother, because my mom's worked in the ministries, and I asked her, like, is this something that I should do? And she said, you have to go and get that perspective. And the opportunity that was offered to me was I would become an employee of the Chiefs of Ontario, but I was on a secondment to the Ontario government. And I kind of went into the, I don't know what you call that, but was right in the mix working within the Ontario government. And one of the interesting things that I found was, one, I only had one file. And a lot of my time was spent just doing PowerPoints, and it was interesting to work on that other side and see the amount of difference that there was, and how hard some of our people work in trying to push policy changes. And you guys heard a little bit this morning about the efforts that, you know, on this new treaty renewal process that they've been working on. So I did my 1 year secondment with the ministry, and I ended up going back to Chiefs of Ontario at the time, and they were going through some transition, and there was some opportunities that they needed to fill some director spots, and over time I ended up as the director of policy and communications for the organization. And when COVID hit, I found myself stuck in my apartment alone with my dog in Toronto, and one of the things we had to do to adapt was, of course, get on the Zoom system. And at the time, no one had ever really used Zoom within our meeting spaces. And so very quickly, we got the team at Chiefs of Ontario running on the Zoom system and getting the first Chiefs Assembly going for all of Ontario. And I was enjoying that for a while, but I started reflecting on the way that decisions are made in there. And one of the concerns I had was that sometimes it felt like for some communities, and chiefs would talk to me about this, that they felt like their jurisdiction is not always adequately reflected in these spaces. And I was also at the same time becoming aware of this work that was being done for the treaty renewal. I didn't really fully understand what was going on in terms of the work that was being done. I was obviously aware of the annuities case, but I just felt good energy coming out of this space, and I seen the things that had happened. I seen the canoe crossing that took place in 2016, where our leadership and others asserted their jurisdiction. And so it was a great opportunity for me to come back and put my heart into our communities. And it's a big honor for me to do the work that I do, and working with the team at Robinson, Huron, and Winnemagawin. I know some of you got to hear Earl speak a little bit yesterday. And the team, even before I came along, was doing phenomenal work. Many of you have already been participating, of course, in the treaty gatherings, and as well Treaty Recognition Week, which takes place in the fall. Coming along and joining the team has been a phenomenal opportunity. This is, I think, the third gathering that I've been a part of, and every year it grows and grows, and every year that we have this gathering, our treaty renewal gets more powerful and more powerful, and it's amazing to see the work that has taken place. So I'm going to take a quick drink of water here. One thing that never really happened in the spaces that I've worked in the past is I've worked primarily with our leadership. And I've attended so many of these chiefs assemblies, and one of the things that often feels is a disconnect to some of the communities. And when I first came to work at RHW, my very first meeting was in a ticket machine, and it was in their lodge, and it was with the TEK elders. And immediately, as soon as I came home, we started connecting with the people. And on that note, I kind of want to bring up some friends of mine that have been working in these spaces for quite some time. I've gotten to know them for a number of years, and I'd like to bring them up, and we're going to have a little bit of a discussion and try and connect you with these leaders a little bit more. Like I said, it's a great opportunity for us to be here and for you guys to hear the work that these individuals are doing. So the first person I'd like to bring up is a member of Garden River, is Travis Busno. He's our Regional Deputy Grand Chief at the Anishinaabe Nation. And if you can give him a round of applause, he's making his way to the stage right now. The next individual I'd like to call up He's a member from the community just down the road here, from Mississauga First Nation, our Grand Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation, Reg Niganabi. Out of the far end, good. Yep. And last and not least, another individual from our treaty area, specifically Chagin First Nation. He's our Ontario Regional Chief, Glenn Hare. Guys, good? So, the first thing I'd like to do is give each of our panelists here a quick opportunity to introduce themselves. Again, it's kind of connecting and not necessarily talking so much about their formal bio, but sharing a little bit about themselves and the work that they're doing and some of the contributions that their own organizations make to our treaty. So, I'd like to start with yourself, Travis. Do you want to use the mic?
These guys. Ani misko nemki na dashkas ojak to them kitagansi vidunjba ojibwe Anishinaabe mishki going down. First of all, thank you, Barrett. I really like the way Barrett started this. We talk every now and then about the work they're doing, and basically saying, "Stay out of my way." Just kidding. He's saying that, not me. No, but you can hear the passion in his voice, and and the same with Earl. The work they're doing. I think things like this, being here, on the grass, under the tent, and eating food served by our people, it's a fine reminder of where we need to be and where we need to bring a lot of our conversations. I know I was speaking to one of my aunts earlier, and we were just talking about the teaching lodge at the time, and basically saying how, I wouldn't say we lost our way, but we don't do this often enough, right? Like I've been to both sunrise ceremonies the past couple of days. Normally I don't, and I do that because I'm very young, and I find it hard to wake up at 4 if I'm not waking up and chasing a moose or golfing. But it was, to me, very, very grounding, and I think that's, it's these venues where we need to have, I think, more wholesome conversations and more informal. As much as we like the fancy food downtown Toronto or Ottawa or North Bay, this to me is really grounding, and I'm really, glad I came. And again, going back to Barrett and the passion that he carries with the work that he does, I'm grateful for the invitation. I have a very long title, and this happens every time. I'm the Regional Deputy Grand Council Chief for the Lake Huron region. I'm elected by the Lake Huron Chiefs, and it's been an honor. It's been just over 2 years now, I believe, in this role. And I bring it back. I had a couple opportunities to speak to the youth, and I made it a priority because the youth is where I started. I was Gima Rickard, I don't know if he's around, but when I was in my early 20s, because you're a youth in your early 20s now, he invited me to a youth assembly down in London, Ontario, and from there I just tested my own courage, I guess. I didn't know anybody there. They were doing an election, and if you're interested in being a part of the youth council, get up and speak. So I wouldn't say I wasn't fully interested, but I really just wanted to get up and grab a microphone and see how comfortable I was. And then that brought me to the Anishinaabe Youth Advisory Board at the time. So I got elected then, from there Chiefs of Ontario, from there AFN. And I spent 3 years traveling the world, and one time even traveling to Buenos Aires. But those gave me opportunities, I think, to learn more about our people, because I am someone who grew up in Toronto, in Sioux Lookout, and I now live in Thunder Bay. So it really gave me you know, a real education and a passion for, you know, the use of a lot of the Western education that I got. I do have a degree, and I'm a CPA, but those weren't as fun as, you know, getting to know our communities and really learning about ourselves. My first ceremony was downtown Toronto. I was in a basement, and it was a shake tent, and that's where I got my name and my colors. You know, so it's been I guess a 20-year journey of this, you know, type of work for me, and it's been a fulfilling one, and it's fulfilling getting to work with my colleagues, even though ORC tends to give me a hard time all the time, but I know he means well. But you know, and for me, the work we're doing, and I think we're going to get into more of it, you know, but I was just fortunate to have a quick couple conversations around policing in our communities and safer communities, and how we can help our leadership, you know, support our police services, support our own laws, and have the province and the feds, when you talk about treaties and relationships, you know, support our way of doing things. And then I just had another conversation on health, and you know, at Anishinaabe we do have a health transformation mandate, you know, but at times we almost need to take a step back and just understand what the environment looks like in our communities in terms of what healthcare is available and what healthcare we deserve, and there's definitely going to be a gap. But I think it's our responsibility in these elected positions, you know, to help find those gaps and to help support our organizations in doing a lot of this important work to ensure that we provide or we assist our leadership in having safer communities. You said I have an hour, no?
An hour?
Just kidding. Anyway, thank you for listening. I think we're going to have, you know, more conversations. Glenn, do you want me to do your speech, or do you want? Just kidding. Anyway, yeah. Okay. Anyway, thank you.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief. Next up, I'll invite our Grand Chief, Reg Niganabi.
I might have to go hunting with Travis up in Superior Region there. I swear I heard him say he chases down moose. He doesn't look that fast, but holy smokes. Ani Buju, Quinget Anishinaabe, Meswaging Donjaba Neme Dodum. Good afternoon. I'm Reg Niganabi. I'm the Grand Council Chief of the Metis Nation. Prior to this, though, I am a member of, and I was Chief of the Mississauga First Nation, as was indicated just down the street here. If you head that way, you'll pass it on the way through. Don't blink, you'll miss it. You go through it really fast. I want to start by saying Chimigwech to Ogima Andy Rickard and the community of Gitakan Zibi for hosting this event and welcoming everybody to their territory and welcoming everybody into their community. I'd like to acknowledge the elders that are present, the youth, the leadership, and all of the community members for welcoming, and Barrett, of course, for welcoming me to share my thoughts for a few moments and have this discussion today. I wasn't expecting to have the discussion, but yesterday he pulled me aside and said, hey, we got some time to kill at 1:30 tomorrow, and would you mind coming and have a discussion with us and giving us some information from your perspective on some of the things we want to talk about? And I said, sure. In my community, I was chief there for 10 years. And I was there just as this thing was sort of starting. And I can tell you, I didn't imagine it would come to this at that time. In that time, in that moment, I didn't imagine we'd get to this point. Not in 10 years. This accelerated very quickly, and which I'm grateful for. And that was always a sense of urgency that was shared at the table when this all first started, when we first coming together about litigation, when we first started coming together about the $4 annuities and the discussion that was going to take place. And we were having, sometimes we'd be in those meetings and sometimes there'd be 6 of us there, 5 of us there, trying to get it going, trying to get what we were going to do, trying to figure out how are we going to be able to litigate this and afford all of this. And there were many minds in the room, some Gimas who are not here now with us. They've, in my community, the Gima who started this, Douglas Debwich, he's passed on now. And he would have been absolutely blown away to see this. It was something that he was always hoping for and aspired to. And I know there's other leaders that were at the table that they're still around, and you can ask them. And they can share these stories with you, but it's always been a powerful moment when we come together at these treaty gatherings like this. What we saw yesterday, if you were here, when we got the flyby that we got, that was powerful. And moments like that have happened. Barrett mentioned one. When we did the crossing on the river. We started in the States and we started crossing over in the big canoes, and we had some Quaywalk with us in their paddle boats, not their paddle boats, but their kayaks. And there was a point when it was really foggy out there, and the Coast Guard had held off the shipping lanes for us. And as we crossed, it got really foggy, and the Coast Guard couldn't follow us all the way to the other shore because it gets a little bit too shallow for their big boat. And we got a little bit turned around in the fog. And as we were sitting there in the fog, we were trying to be real quiet so we could hear. And all of a sudden, we could hear some quick on the shore. And they had started drumming. And they started the water song. And that's what guided us to the opposite shore in Bellevue Park at that time. So moments like this, I'm grateful for to be a part of and getting able to see. There's plenty more stories to share about getting to this point, but I'll save it at that at this point, and I'll leave it at that for now, just for some thought. So, Chimigwech.
I just got asked for quickly an emergency announcement here. Shauna Pine, you need to move your vehicle. Yep, that's good. Sorry about that. Ontario Regional Chief Glenn Hare.
Bonjour. Gwen gons gen in dis na cas chegin don G. She came ba. Can I go back in almost and give me in a nose in? Chegin don G. After get chinandam. Nani we are nangoshin the Nishnabek motherboard. Kino mounted in Gaishaganashak. Get Nimna that what Chigades in the Kenny Shiva cabin jabba. Mijargo swim in a she shanks way. Jim the mama and the Gani, women at Magia, women the Magish crying. Gigdon in it, Tom, Giz Negamago. Jindango Gemake Yartek, Gemak quick, Nashkegi no. Women to work on the Kendaswin, Migi no chipit seek. Me wetch pene, couldn't them get him in that band go. Nick Kino Gakino mo chic. Women don't and go. Charles go Pogan, Boomena. Wobbing equi mounted Mimina. The Wop Cage in the Weebishog. Zinagan and we best be got there. Mother and then and Chit Meng Nango. The question that was Sinango Weber, the question we be don't be scogan. Chit Toby scogan. Mandago Nango Baskama, Wabi skogan wabang wabi skama. Mnash for pogan burmanak. She can't give me nekwe. Mi maba gobsin dong. Manda we shebak. 1989, Gimachta Manda. Ginsime. Migushinda Besha, Skunkanet, take Batchuana. Mishegi Queshkadiang. Midishmnagima, Nakin, Ginagamochiging. Midishgamagek Pigini Yawia. Nishtana Sabonuring Yapchiging. Midishmanisnabe Nation in Kadepi. Geja Nakin Chigama, we menadamo, we meet you, okay. Dasini's Sabun getting in Jimnan in a kid. We just get Pichigama, Papuan Gidemidama, we must be again. Second gazing, yeah, me just number Sabunsha, me just number Mapia, Ontario, Gitchenandum, Biscama on the weekend. So I guess we need to do our introductions first. This is why where we're starting from. Panendan Kazan, I always use my language. We need to always use it. To the community here, miigwech, knowledge keepers, chiefs, women chiefs, youth, nashki noishin debendazi, you the citizens. I want to say first, miigwech, because in June is my next election at Ontario, and I'll be officially finished since elected in 1985, 39 years. It's been hard, but when I have leaders like yourselves, and that's everyone here, I still ask for help, and you give it to me. We started this in 1989, as I said, Patrick Madabi, Marty Bears, and myself. So we're here 30-some years later. One of the things I want to credit to being here is the team that took over from when we moved on. You've all heard about the awesome job that we leaders and the communities did on governance at the Anishinaabe Nation. So I truly believe where we are here today on the Robinson Huron business here today, we need to visit every one of your communities in person. As I said, when I did it, when I had that responsibility, when I did the governance, and when we started this, I went to each and every one of your communities. When I finished my circle, I started over again. I finished that circle, I started over again. That's what we need to do. We set to make, so you know what we are doing at the time. So we got governance coming our way from the Anishinaabe Nation. And that's everything in education, social, you name it. Our hunting rights, we need to stand up now and protect them. I have an awesome team, awesome chiefs, and I know we can do it. We just have to stand up. And more awesome is our knowledge keepers. So with that, that's a quick introduction. Again, I just want to say chimigwech for all your ongoing support. I have many things to share yet, and I'm excited to share what I want to share here in my language, because we understand it the first time you hear it. In English, you got to keep repeating. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ontario Regional Chief. One of the goals, like I said, is trying to connect people to the work that's happening on behalf of our treaty here. And I'm very grateful for our friends that are joining us here today. And one of the things that we have regular meetings of our our Ogimak within our treaty area. And our last meeting took place just recently. And one of the things that we discussed about is not only the work that's being done to date, but the work that still needs to be done. And some of the chiefs, we talked about the roles of organizations like the Anishinaabe Nation, the Chiefs of Ontario, and our leadership, first off, as a majority of them communicated, is that there is a need for these organizations, and they do have a space to exist. And as we continue this path of treaty renewal, we continually push these organizations on their advocacy efforts to support this treaty work. And I know that in particular, the Anishinaabe Nation has undertaken some work to particularly help around treaty promotion and helping out our communities. So I'm gonna maybe turn it over to Regional Chief no, sorry, not Regional Chief, our Grand Chief. I apologize. I often refer to these guys individuals on their first names because they are, like I said, friends of mine, and we work together quite often. So I'll turn it over to our representatives from the Anishinaabe Nation, our Grand Chief, to maybe have a quick chat about some of the work that the Anishinaabe Nation has been undertaking in recent years to create treaty awareness.
Okay, works. We're good.
Yeah, don't say nothing bad.
Sorry, what was your question again?
Got
sidetracked there.
That's okay. The work that the Anishinaabe Nation has been undertaking to help promote our treaty efforts.
To promote the efforts, you know, well, I guess just to say, like, the overall purpose of the Anishinaabe Nation is to honor the substance of the Three Fires Confederacy and maintains its function to bring us together for a common purpose, as it was so long ago. And we all share a common responsibility to advocate tirelessly for treaty and inherent rights to be recognized, affirmed, and of course respected, which doesn't happen all the time. You know, and there are times where we do interact with our other treaty organizations who sometimes have the benefit of being all under one treaty, like Grand Council Treaty 3 or Anishinaabe Nation, or Treaty 9 or Treaty 3. We interact with all of them. So when their leaders advocate, they advocate in a treaty-based way. But within the Anishinaabe Nation, we don't necessarily have that luxury. We have, of course, the Robinson Huron, the Robinson Superior, the Williams. We have Treaty 20. We have other pre-Confederation treaties in Southern Ontario. And of course, they all share a common responsibility to advocate tirelessly for their treaty rights to be recognized, affirmed, and respected. In that regard, my approach is Gigda Ogima, as the appointed advocate of the Anishinaabe Nation, is to recognize that we're not a government, for starters. We are an advocacy organization. And we can't speak on behalf of individual treaties because of all the treaties that we encompass. But we make space for their needs to be heard by the Crown. Anytime a treaty issue becomes part of our advocacy dialogue, we redirect it back to the treaty rights holders as the rightful spokespersons for the treaty. We don't take that role on ourselves. And also, too, we do have, of course, our teaching toolkits that cover all of those treaties that I mentioned, that go out to, that are available to schools, are available for curriculum development, just treaty awareness in general. So those sort of things happen. But I also recognize that diversity is our greatest strength as the Three Fires. We have a vast, very vast geographic area and a demographic and even linguistic differences. But we find a way to together to advocate for our interests. And a lot of times we have to fight in a different way, reclaiming traditional knowledge, languages, practices, and ways of life like we do. But that's how we help contribute.
Travis, do you want to add anything in terms of what you see the Anishinaabe Nation is doing to create treaty awareness?
I think in one of my previous careers with another organization, we actually ran a Moving Beyond the Indian Act assembly. And while there was good conversation from a lot of people from across the country, one quote stood out to me from, some of you may know him, Elder Wally McKay. But when he was speaking to the crowd, he basically said, you know, First Nations, us as First Nations, we also have the right to evolve. And what I'm seeing and what I have seen, you know, within our communities, like we are changing the way we're doing things. You know, and sometimes that change comes with a bit of resistance. But I know on our, you know, from the work we're doing, you know, to me, treaty is, you know, it's you know, it's all encompassing, right? We have all kinds of rights that we hold to be true. You know, and I keep referring to being on the land, and I reference policing. You know, I referenced healthcare. But some of the work we're doing there, you know, it's really about creating dialogue, you know, and hearing from our leadership, you know, how we can affect things collectively. And I think what we're going to be talking about the Métis issue in a bit, but I think one of the, to me, that's probably the most recent example I've seen probably across the country in terms of, you know, you have one of our leaders championing a very important issue. And our job, you know, is to support them. And while it's being championed, I'm not sure if he's here, but Gima McLeod, but even through Ontario Regional Chief's Office, you know, we're coming together collectively, and we're going to see community members arrive too. So it's not just people with titles. It's not leadership with titles. It's leaders from the community, and it's those types of occurrences that I think will be most effective. And I think it will be our role is how do we continue to pull our communities together to address issues that are affecting our community. And I think we're doing a good job at that now, but there's always room, I think, to grow as an organization or evolve. I think, you know, speaking of evolution, even this is the second term where the Anishinaabe has had 4 deputy grand chiefs that are elected from their regions. So I think our role, you know, in terms of awareness, is you know, helping elevate conversations that our leadership is having, and I've had these conversations, you know, individually with leadership where they have an issue that's affecting them, and it's directly affecting a treaty right, but then they got to go back and deal with, you know, the online toxicity, or, you know, they got to go back and deal with, you know, housing issues. They got to go back and deal with the multitude of things that it takes for them and their council to run a community. So then that leaves our conversation hanging for a bit, and then we have to bring these conversations back and say, you know, how do we turn it to a mandate? And then how do we as an organization help that one community, knowing that it actually supports many other communities? So I think from an advocacy perspective, you know, that's something we're learning to do better. And again, treaty is, you know, it's, I don't know why it's like an umbrella thing, right? There's so many rights involved, and the more conversations like this we have, and the more events that you know are hosted by your organization, the more we can start to isolate how we can start attacking those issues that do affect, you know, our treaty holders.
Miigwech, I agree with a lot of what you said in terms of our organizations evolving. Having worked at the Anishinaabe Nation, and I remember hearing about this treaty momentum that was taking place, and we didn't really know or understand. And then at the time, there's been that disconnect, and the relationships, we've been closing that gap, but as well, as they mentioned, the Anishinaabe Nation has undertaken a tremendous amount of work in terms of creating treaty awareness, and there's a video series they did as well that features former Ogama Duke Pelche from Okwamakong, and he kind of guides you through some of the treaty history. Ontario Regional Chief, very similar question. Can you share some of the advocacy efforts your organization is undertaking to help promote and protect our treaty rights, and maybe share a little bit about some of the dialogue that our leadership is bringing into your space around our treaty efforts?
Naho, miigwech. We do kage nano me giet nang ni shude ge mak gindam go. Giatin wanda kimi ga we know gonna ge in short. This nagat. We ni gan king we shot. Giabersko giabegiet nang nashada bangishe. Ge wouldn't geek me go nano me. Good also ge with the gemak. Gi mounted dog. Me gan mounted dog. We shall be going, they been get coming going. Me come under treaty, it's got it. And I can come get in Moki Tago me. Me this kenny a day with ma. China ship kickaba. Keen was in the end ching, just it's getting gay way. They get can king cotton and Siggy's got I best goes no. After 2001 me going. Kina mamuzing, bisko na mandas in the nangwa. I was invited just a few short weeks ago to a couple of our communities in the Superior region. And they had a hard time with each other of moving forward. Surprisingly, I was so happy when I got invited and when I got there to know that they signed a treaty with each other to move forward together. Our treaties are being attacked. So one community said, if you have problems, we will be there, or vice versa. It was a good gathering. I went further north, 6 more chiefs. A week later, they're doing the same thing. They're signing a treaty, a friendship, a handshake with each other to move things, what they want for their communities together and support each other. That is what I believe we should really expand on, keep doing when we go back home. Let's call our chiefs. Let's have that friendship, handshake, and support each other. Because right now, because right now, sitting here, our treaties are being attacked. The Williams Treaty, as we speak, is being attacked, and land is missing. They're just taking it. The Métis is taking or trying to take our rights or share, and they really truly believe that they have the same rights as us. So we got to stand up. I share the Métis one because Anishnage Kidiamba Ginchian Gakidguna Kaigimagi getting nasty we've been doing to get with the orange bot. Zam gotchim got can we the bishop we in to get. Midas Gemaga Kidat Kag I bombed me at the Optimburg shows the mission. Nino gaining then down now in the Engian Kida. Well, I said, I'm cut quick, Nibajame go put to Gaza. So, one of the areas I want to share with us here, the real facts when it comes to our Métis. And now we're not against Métis. The chiefs have said that. There is a place for them. But what I want to share with you is three real things. A Métis went to one of our chiefs in Ontario here and said, can I hunt in your territory, in your community? And the chief thought about it and he got back to him and he said, I'm sorry, our community is small, it's only enough for us. Well, that's too bad because we're coming in anyway, chief. As long as I hold your office, I don't want anybody pushing my chiefs around when it comes to that. That is not who we are and how we do things. Manash, jitmek junia, ngujim kweskading, mem diagnode, Ottawa, Manash go Toronto, Queen's Park. Oh, I missed my mouth. See, I told you I don't have a big mouth. You know, the government and the Métis, because I asked the Métis, right, to one Métis who represents them. I don't know to what extent. When you talk about settlements, chiefs, your funding, and even this, as I'm standing here yesterday, today, and tomorrow, it's come to my, I hope not this settlement we're talking about here. I asked the Métis, when we're sitting with the government talking about any kind of settlement or in Shunia and our rights, they truly believe they must be at them tables. That can't happen. It just can't. So we need to stand up. We have our rights that the Creator gave us. If the Métis wants to talk to us, then do so. Because they are a recognized government now. They are recognized. My God, how long have we been here? And we're still trying to recognize everything that we do in our offices. Child welfare, education, you name it. Them, they got money now. They don't have to beg or go on the middle of the road to ask for any funding. They have it. But that does not give them any authority to walk all over my chiefs, your chiefs, and all of us here. They don't have that right. These unity gatherings that I just talked about that the communities are hosting as we speak in the Superior region, the mining companies are working directly with the chiefs, and they are happy with the resources that they're getting. That's the way it has to happen. Gaigabe Trudeau, Gaigabe Ford. Because they are, as we all know, they are coming in our backyards and taking it from underground and just leaving. Gaigabe. And that's what these chiefs are talking about up there, and we need to talk about it here. Kamishkozi Minina, we have a lot of strength. We have what you've seen standing here, our Eagle staffs which are in there now. That's the strength we have. Abdek we debut Ming, Kineba Mutuing, we na Kimguk. You know, she can't told me, Glenn, when he gave me his pipe before he left, and his jacket I talked about I'm gonna wear tomorrow, and this. Debuetan, believe in it. Believe in it, and it will move forward for you. Don't wait for anybody, he said, or you will get left behind. I have an Eagle staff that I asked to make for our office, first one ever in Chiefs of Ontario. And she came, when I got elected to this job, Glenn, you know what to do. Help me, I don't know. He says, you need an Eagle staff. Right on, Dana, right on. You know, I miss that man because right then and there, I depended on him after he gave me the responsibility. And when he left this world, I went to his service and I'm standing there. That's what you're saying to me. Glenn, get that Eagle staff. Don't wait for me. And I didn't have it. Those are serious, serious things to our elders. And they mean a lot. And then these Eagle staffs, they're persons, they're people. And they need to be treated with respect, the utmost respect. So again, September 20th, I lobbied AFN because I sit at that table for some more resources to cover some costs. I don't know how many buses we got to go to Ottawa to take some of our Anishinaabe on the rally. And that rally is from Bill 53, Jin Kade Wib Zinagan. Neither Zinagan HB Gade. Kishpin drops come gukwe, when the Guam the motor of Skiajik. Kaibamda we work doing. Migo HB Gadek, Migo Wajeba. If we do not stop Bill 53, and that's the Métis and everything that comes in that and what's written in that table, if it passed third reading, the paper, the Jagnash paper says we cannot reverse it. So I'm encouraging all of us, those of us that can travel. I know it would be hard, some of us, but we need to be at that rally on September 20th. It's never too late. There's lots of more things. I don't know if we'll carry on later, but I want to leave you with this. And again, this is what an elder, I always believed the other, but our elder, who was the oldest one in Chiging, when she passed, she was 101 years old. You know, when you hear Kaibandamanda, we were doing the sinning. You cannot change what's written on this paper anymore, or because it's written in stone. Well, I'm here to tell you awesomely, because I learned it from her when she passed. If anything's written in stone, you can change it. Because she was born 1921. And when her partner passed, there was a gravestone was made for him and her. And hers said, born 1921, died 19 something. No, she died 2022. So that stone was changed, what was written on there. So that's how come I believe if it's written in stone, it can be changed. And she put that in my head here. So with that, again, I hope we can still dialogue, but there's lots more to do. But I ask all of us to let your chiefs, us chiefs, or our leadership, and if you can make it, stand with us, because it's hard standing out there, but it's also awesome. I know I have your support, and that's why I'm loud and proud to represent our nation, our Ontario, as much as we do. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ontario Regional Chief. When this session was titled Policy and Advocacy, the intent was to not just connect you with these individuals, but to let you know that there is work that happens, and sometimes you don't always see this work. I remember, this got to be about almost 15 years ago, I think it was 2008, 2009, when the concerns regarding the HST came up. And I was a brand new employee at Anishinaabe Nation at the time, and learning the ropes and very green to things. And I remember being in a meeting, and we were in Thunder Bay, and this was Grand Chief Madabi was there. I believe you were the Deputy Grand Chief at the time, Glenn. And we were sitting in the restaurant, I think it was at the Valhalla or one of those places, and just having an evening session. And we were all there for different meetings, and I just happened to kind of come in, and there was a discussion going on about the HST file. And it was actually my brother, Aldo Keys, who was working there. And he was very passionately expressing to the leadership that he was reaching the point as a policy analyst and a supporter to our leadership that he had exhausted all his efforts. It didn't seem like that the Crown was going to give on our concerns related to the HST. And he used the phrase, "It'd be time to go to the streets." And I remember, very, very shortly after, literally, we were on the streets. We shut down Yonge Street. I was just talking to Dean Sayers about that yesterday, and just it was actually the youth that were the ones that shut down. We were only scheduled to be at a rally at Queen's Park, and some of our youth just grabbed the drum and just started walking down the street, and they headed south, and then we made our way over to Yonge Street. We shut down Yonge and Dundas for a little while, and You know, we were successful in that fight, but it wasn't easy, and I've learned since then, and you know, I was a little bit of part of it. I think a lot of us were a part of Idle No More in different ways, and during Idle No More is when we talk about putting our people on the streets or asking you to take action, you know, there's risk and concerns involved with that. We don't do this arbitrarily. We don't put these calls out, as Glenn is suggesting, and we're going to come back to that call out in a second, but you know, we care about our individuals, and I even remember during the HST protests, this was when our organizations weren't really on social media very much, but you could see some of the commentary, and I seen some people, they're very passionate, and they wanted to do some things, but those things could have got them into trouble. And we didn't need to take things to that point yet. You know, we don't want to put our people in jeopardy, and so when our leadership was talking about the Métis file that we have, and particularly it's Bill C-53 that we have the concerns with. Like Ontario Regional Chief said, we're not mad at Métis people. That's not what this is about. But it is about understanding, first, like even our own identity as who we are as Anishinaabe. We've lost a lot of people along the way to policies that were not ours. And when we were having that discussion earlier and talking about the roles of the Anishinaabe Nation, the roles of the Chiefs of Ontario, you might have noticed that they emphasize the fact that they're not the rights holders. They're not here to speak for us. They carry messages that get handed to them to our leadership. And so what I think at the root of one of our concerns is that, you know, the Metis Nation of Ontario is a corporation. And at one time, and maybe I'll ask Anishinaabe Nation Grand Chief Reg to talk about that one of the things that the Métis Nation is out there talking about right now is that we did have meetings with the Métis Nation, and you know, we did have certain understandings, and we did go into ceremony with them, and we did have intents to have good conversations with them, but maybe you can kind of update where that's transpired and where we're at with some of those discussions and how they went.
I think in a nutshell, those conversations kind of went to the wayside. The original understanding of those conversations was that it wasn't an intent to infringe upon our rights or infringe upon our lands, but it's become very clear and very quick that that is what's happening now. Although if you happen to read through that agreement, you'll notice that it does say within there that they'll have the ability to negotiate their modern day treaties, and they'll be able to negotiate for land and land bases and all these sort of other things. And that is in direct conflict of what they had discussed earlier and where we're at now. So that's in a nutshell where that has gone.
I know that the concerns that we've seen recently is that they're purporting that we still have some of those friendships and those relationships, and I certainly know at the individual level that we do, but like I was saying, is the Anishinaabe Nation and the Chiefs of Ontario, you know, are like corporations. I do look at them as a little bit more than just that corporation, but corporations aren't rights holders, and that's one of the concerns that we have regarding the Métis Nation of Ontario. And so this fall, on September 20th, we're putting a call out to all of you to come and join us in Ottawa. I'm personally going to be there. I know our team at Robinson Huron, Mawindamagwan's going to be there. And the majority of the political working group from the Robinson Huron Treaty is going to be there as well. And maybe I can ask you, Ontario Regional Chief, to talk a little bit more about the work that the Chiefs of Ontario has recently undertaken. I know that your communications team has put out a tremendous amount of materials, and there's resources that they can share. Maybe you can talk a little bit about those efforts that you're undertaking.
Well, mem diegna menang ngudbat ngudjit makondak aptong siak. Mi wandak yatenen kitot. We deben mo deben meng. Na yun and dan basic week kinyabang yisha. Wouldn't give ma awit panagi mandish nakana. Mandish what bad the ma Wikwam Kong Gigemawe Duke, Payago and Gudrun Duke. Genis Nakin Jim the Man Snabe Nakia Geek Mick, Mabagema. Mount Jidok, when the Goptons in Clarny, Astanshada, Nina in the Benda now the Kech, Keda, Mr. Gijang, Gizal Jeb Nagome. Metem the Kekia. We go. I like to, I focus on, I'm going to focus on the Métis because they are working the hardest to take what we have or believe that they have the same as us. Once a chief, always a chief. And I believe that. So the chief of the day I want to share with you is when Chief Duke from Wiki had that leadership role. And as a Grand Council Chief Nishnabeg, he called me up and said they were meeting in Killarney, an assembly, I guess. We got there, it was raining. He come across on the boat, I went on by road. When we got there, there's 2 sets of doors. We got through the first, politely. Second one, we got the boot. We are not invited, it's not our place. That hurt. And he hurt even more because I didn't know. Duke said, Chief said, what are you talking about? This is Wikwemikong territory. There was a graveyard there. My great-grandmother, I think he said, he's right there, that's her grave. So for you to tell us that we get out of my own territory, it's not right. We left. So, you know, as I hold this office, I hold with the utmost respect. And actually, it really hurts when things like that face me. The staff, our secretary, everybody that works for us, they have their job. But as a leader, when we hear these things head on, affecting each and every one and our kids, you know, it was right here in this building. I don't know how many years ago, quite a few years ago, we were meeting here. The phone rang, and one of the chiefs, or maybe the host chief, I don't know who answered it, and we were talking about the Métis attacking our rights or whatever. The head of the Métis organization in North Bay had stepped down as we were meeting here because his First Nation was calling him back. He quit his job because all of a sudden he's Anishinaabe again. Once you're Anishinaabe, you're Anishinaabe. And I know a Métis, if it's one, it's got to be many. The roots, 100% are from Chiging. And this person's a Métis. But this person's from Chiging. So I don't know how many times we can multiply that. Of the Métis saying that this is their population. And next nugget. And I don't hunt. But I really enjoy my kids now exercising their right to hunt and fish. I lost my 2 brothers and my grandfather to netting and other things it shouldn't have happened. But because of that, that's how come I'm so bold to sit here in front of all of us and say them have no right to attack anyone in here. I will not let them ever do that to us again. To think that we don't have hunting rights anywhere here in this province or across the country for that matter. And we will never set a net again after hours and pick it up before daylight. That's where I lost my brother, my grandfather. Stand up, stand up. They know we're here. I really would like at some time when they come and campaign to us, that's going to happen soon. if they come to your community, and I've already give a couple of them a heads up, the Shaganashak. Keget will never hold, probably not in my lifetime, I don't see us holding a seat in Ottawa. But surely I think they can do, what they can do is, when they have a Minister of Indian Affairs, he or she should be able to, because there's one in Queen's Park, Sean Baptiste, he's sitting there as Deputy of Indigenous Affairs. They can have one there, they can appoint him or her to represent us. That's who will sit across from us is our own, to be our voice in Ottawa. And if they should try to pass something over us, they let us know. Like this Bill 53. We didn't know this was coming until it's right here. Our time frame is short. So again, Skuzida, Kinawaya, Skuzida. Yaushinda, Etchapitsijek. We got lots of elders, knowledge keepers here. That's why we're still here, because of their ideas and suggestions and help and assisting your chiefs. That's why I got everything I have. I don't have one piece of paper or one line or nothing that says I have education. And look where I'm sitting. You're my teachers. You got it all. You know it all. And I will carry that. And I'll carry that down. And as I always say, I speak at these forums. We belong here. So with that, again, I'm having a great time here sharing this openly. Because I carry this going down the road. Miigwech.
I've definitely, I've always appreciated our Ontario Regional Chief's passion throughout the years, and I know he cares tremendously for our communities, and putting this call out is not easy. Ontario Regional Chief hinted on something, and that's that you know, we really don't fully understand this bill. It was tabled without a lot of knowledge and education to us up front. You know, when we've tried to ask questions even about the timing of it, about being tabled, it's kind of been elusive at times. When we did start expressing concerns, it kind of seems like they pulled back a bit. And I know at one time that there was a meeting amongst our leadership, and the minister at the time was being very dismissive to our leadership, and I heard about some of the comments that were being made that were, I would say, even borderline disrespectful to our leaders. And to be honest, I was a bit enraged. So as we ramp up for this, we had our Robinson, Huron, and Namagawin, and it's not that we've done that research report recently regarding the Métis within our treaty area, and if you want to learn more about that, you can go to our website and see that report. But we've been working with these other organizations on this matter, and it's been a bit ad hoc. You know, there isn't, as Robinson, Huron, Namagawin, and this treaty renewal movement happens, you know, we're going to continue to have dialogue with the Anishinaabe Nation, the Chiefs of Ontario, and how we can work together to continue to move these issues like this forward. And it's been amazing to see how the Chiefs of Ontario staff, the Anishinaabe Nation staff, Grand Council Treaty 3, and the Robinson, Huron, and Namagawin staff have been coming together and doing a collective approach on this Bill C-53. And so as we prepare to gather in Ottawa on September 20th, I maybe would like to ask Grand Chief to maybe share some of his messaging and what it means to the Anishinaabe Nation in terms of, from his perspective, of why it's important that our people are there.
It's important to be there because of the erosion of our collective rights. Once again, here we are. We fought it at Idle No More. We've been fighting it forever. One of the biggest things is that I guess what sometimes called a hot take, and in my opinion, and just sharing for myself, is that, and Regional Chief touched on it, is that a lot of the Métis are our people. And whether it was that product of colonization and the colonial tactic of making us status or non-status or second generation cutoff or whatever they decided to use, all of that was tied to getting at our land and trying to get rid of us as Anishinaabe people. And this is another layer of it, where all of a sudden they've created another group and given this group, or they're going to give this group, the ability to subvert our assertion to the lands, to be able to negotiate for land agreements or for lands and resources in our territories. And we've always protected our lands and we've always protected our territories. And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier about the Three Fires Confederacy and coming together for those purposes. So in that regard, for myself, that's why we need to be there on September 20th. That's why we need to be standing up and saying no to this. And that's why we need to let the government of Canada know that this colonization can't continue. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Grand Chief. I'm now going to turn over to Regional Deputy Grand Council Chief. Similar question to you. What does being at the rally on September 20th mean to you?
I'm not going to say too much. I'm going to call up a friend if I can. I'm going to phone a friend. But I do want to say, I do encourage you all to read the reports that they conducted. You will find, like, it's actually a pretty easy read. It's long, but it's an easy read. You will see your family somewhere on that list. You know, the communities that the province identified that the feds are now using in federal legislation, the research that was done by Barrett and their organization, as well as the Waban Tribal Council, you will find I have family on that list. And they just, there's no rationale as to why our families are listed, but they just pull your family into this list, call it their research, and then don't answer to the challenges. And to me, it's frustrating. You know, I'm sitting in meetings and one of the researchers is like, hey, they're calling you Métis. You know, and one quick personal story before I ask Gima McLeod, when I was speaking of champions and what our role is in terms of supporting our communities, you know, Gima McLeod has been a loud, active advocate in terms of why we're even going to go to Ottawa. But one of the rationales that, you know, the research, and again, this has nothing to do with Métis people. It has everything to do with the organization that's being identified, that is the Metis Nation of Ontario. I was having dinner with a friend of mine. His grandpa was First Nation, and his mom was not, or his grandma was not. His dad was then First Nation. And his dad said, I don't need a card to tell me I'm First Nation. And then now he can't get he's not recognized on paper. So he's like, yeah, so I just went to Metis Nation of Ontario, applied and got a Métis card. So now he has all these Métis rights, right? And those are like, you know, there's a good portion of, that's what the example is. A lot of these people aren't Métis, they're actually First Nation. They're Anishinaabe, and you know, the Métis is just bringing them all in and populating their stats, and somehow they have influence with the federal government. So that's the frustrating part, and that's why collectively we're going to go to Ottawa and have this conversation on the streets. But but I do want to ask Gima McLeod if you can join us up here. He's the knowledge keeper.
Miigwech, anin kinawia. Zongabo dijnakas bizing dunjaba. Shaga dudem. Nishnabe and Dao. Thanks. I wasn't expecting to come up here, but I guess when it comes to this file, I have been very active in advocating on all our behalf regarding this issue, and I guess I really got into it a couple of years back when I discovered that their root connection that they were using to claim Métis status went back to as early as the 1700s, and it was a woman from Nipissing who they were claiming indigenous connection to, which because they had French and indigenous ancestry, that automatically made them Métis. So I've been very active opposing this, and I've been accused of lateral violence. I've been accused of denialism when it comes to this, and I keep holding firm that you know, we have no opposition against Métis, legitimate Métis people, but we have to understand what constitutes a Métis person, and that's with a person who has carried that culture, you know, direct descendants of Metis nations, which originated in the Red River, Manitoba area. You know, otherwise, anybody that has indigenous ancestry, you know, one great grandmother in their family tree, that doesn't make you a Métis person. There's no connection to culture. There's no connection to community, which defines what a Métis person is, with a very distinct culture. And so a lot of people have been led to believe over the decades that if they can connect their ancestry to just one individual somewhere down their family line, that makes them Métis. And that's what we're opposing, is not only the criteria that is flawed, but the fact that they're doing it with our people. They're using our people to qualify them as Métis members, and we strongly oppose that. Our position, or my position, is that if you are claiming some indigenous ancestry and belonging to a nation, then you have to go to that nation which you are saying you're connected to, and ask that nation whether or not you would be accepted into their nation as a member. And that's not happening. What they're doing is circumventing that and going to Ontario and federal governments to gain recognition because of that. And in this climate we're in right now, government is scared to deny anybody you know, their indigenous ancestry. So they're basically opening this floodgate of people who have lived their entire life as non-indigenous people, only to find out through ancestry.ca or whatever that they have an ancestor, and therefore that makes them Métis. And it is really watering down not only our rights as indigenous people in our own lands, but it's watering down our identity of who we are. And that's the real scary thing. This is another genocidal movement that is, you know, instead of erasing us from the earth, they're trying to consume us and homogenize us. And I'm strongly against that. The government has drank the Kool-Aid on this and is looking to pass legislation reaffirming them as Section 35 rights holders. And although I don't give a lot of credence to Section 35 or the Canadian Constitution, in Nipissing we have our own Constitution, but they don't have the right to bestow our rights on anybody, any other third party. If anybody is going to recognize their rights in our territories, it has to be us, because we are the ones who gave the Canadian government, the British Crown, rights to be here. So they have to come to us and ask us. Margaret Froh is the leader of the so-called Metis Nation of Ontario. It's actually a corporation, it's not a nation. And she's from Saskatchewan. She's not even from this territory, but yet the provincial and federal governments are looking to give recognition to her in our territory. And they will be able to, they're saying that right now it's not about harvesting rights or it's not about land, but once they get that foot in the door, I know damn well that it's going to lead to that. And so what we have to do is put a stop to it before it goes any further. As Barrett mentioned, I had a little bit of a sparring back and forth with Mark Miller, who was the Indigenous Relations Minister up until recently about this, and he had the nerve to tell me that it was none of my business what the Métis and the government are doing. And I quickly pointed out to him that they are using our ancestors. So you're damn right, it's our business. You cannot use our ancestors to create monetary and other benefits in our territories using our people. And so it's very important on September 20th that we show solidarity. And again, this is not a movement against Métis people. I acknowledge, you know, there's Métis that are in this country that are entitled to Indigenous rights, but that's not here. That's not here. When I speak to our elders, I talk to our elders, I ask them, where are those communities? Where are those historic Métis communities that we hear MNO talk about? And they don't have an answer. The only thing that has ever happened here that remotely resembles the Métis is mixed marriages. And that's all. That's all we had was mixed marriages. It wasn't a distinct culture. They had choices of living with us or living amongst the non-Indigenous and going on with their life. It's about nationhood. It's not about the type of blood that runs in your veins. So I told Mark in his office, Mark Miller, I said, you know, I have, because of the Hudson Bay Company, I have Scottish blood in me because we had a trading post right in our community. And since the late 1800s, we've had the Shobgijik MacLeod family because of that. One guy from Scotland who came here and had children with Shobgijik. And that doesn't make me Scottish. I have no rights in Scotland. I do not have the right to go to their government and say that I want this or I want that. I grew up Anishinaabe in my First Nation. And that's what nationhood is. Yes, we have mixed marriages, but those are our children. And if they choose to walk in the other world, then so be it. But it does not constitute Métis. And therefore, I hope that everybody here understands and gets behind this movement to block this legislation recognizing Métis as Section 35 rights holders. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Gimma MacLeod. As I noted at the beginning of our discussion here today, it is truly moving to see everybody that's been here, and I mentioned that, you know, I kind of went around and took a video and shared all the people that are here, and I got to tell you, it's very powerful to stand up on this stage and see all the people here, and like I said, every year we do this gathering, it's bigger and bigger, and every year that means our treaty is having a bigger show of force, and so where we are asking you to come out on September 20th, if you have the means to. There's other ways that you can show your support through social media. As I mentioned, the Ontario Regional Chief at Chiefs of Ontario, the team that he has working with him, has been putting out a tremendous amount of materials, and they've been doing that in partnership with the Anishinaabe Nation and others across Ontario. So I encourage you to go take a look at that. I know that we at Robinson Huron Windamagwin, we've been pretty focused on preparing for this gathering, but I know our team, there's not much rest for us after this. I know the team's going to regroup on Monday, and we're going to start putting our efforts to encouraging everyone to come out and do what we can to support those coming. On that note, I kind of want to go back to something a little bit more positive, and that's where I was talking about, you know, we're still learning how to work with these organizations, and we haven't put any formality around that as of yet, but when we need to, we're all Anishinaabe, we all come together and we get the job done. And I know some people may not have been here yesterday morning, but our Ogimak were standing in front of this stage with their eagle staffs. And when the opening song was going on at first, we saw 4 or 5 eagles over here to the left. They kind of vanished for a little bit. The next thing that happened is we had 2 eagles fly right over the stage as our leadership was holding up those eagle staffs and preparing to take them into the lodge. And I went to one of our treaty chiefs afterwards, and I said, you know, that's a good sign. It means we're doing good things and we're in the right place. But I reflected a bit on it, and as we were getting ready for this session, these gentlemen were there too. And that means you're part of something, and you're on the right path in terms of how you've come here to help us and share your company. I know you've all been here the last few days, and these are very, very busy individuals, and I definitely appreciate seeing them around and having the opportunity for them to visit with you and share their messaging today. So as we close out, I was going to give you guys 2 or 3 minutes just to thank the crowd and close things out. So we can start with you, Ontario Regional Chief.
Hello. Well, me which the kid keeps in that things in the opportunity. Me geni panen go on cause ya quest ko go on the wapske now no me go manning kit keep mud be a quest kongek kayabe kran chitmasi in schnabe ich bin mud be secret schnabe in the dark. Mich go kidding bawabang zage atchinda. I guess I'll leave this and I'm going to start using it as of because I had a big conference meeting I attended with AMO, that's all the leadership in Ontario. As we move forward, and I ask all of us leaders, and there's a couple here tomorrow, just remind them from now on, nothing about us without us as we move forward.
I think I'd just like to leave you with, I hope that everybody enjoys their time here. I hope that you leave feeling with a sense of renewal and knowing that we have so many gifts in our bundle that we've shared here right today and how we work together. And I know in the morning a lot of that was shared at the sunrise ceremony, which was crammed into the lodge over there and overflowing to the outside of the lodge, and we were all shivering together. If you come in the morning tomorrow, dress warm. I'll tell you right now, I was freezing. But one thing that I was thinking of while we were there, and one thing that I always talk about within our Anishinaabe Nation, is that I hope to see our clan bundles here with us one of these days, and our clan governance operating in that way and sharing and guiding these discussions and guiding the direction that everybody that we should be following. So hopefully that'll come with time, because I see it as a more inclusive decision-making process where everybody has their voice and is heard. And based upon what was discussed here, I'll leave it at just saying miigwech to our ancestors, miigwech to our elders, and miigwech to the community, and miigwech to our leaders for bringing us up to this point within this treaty discussion. Miigwech.
I don't have much of a closing, but I think we have a visitor again up above us. I think, being in this position, it's been a challenge in the sense of, the more and more I get to know our leadership, the more and more I get to, hear of the challenges that they face. And, I've been in a couple sweats where, my main priority was to pray for our chiefs. And I do, obviously, all of the work we do is for our communities. And I think one of the good things and more interesting things about this gathering is its community members. And you have some really good chiefs out there doing some really good work. They have families. I know sacrifices have to be made. And it's hard work. And for those who can hear me online as well, if we can just take it easy on them sometimes, it really is a heavy job, heavy work. And some of us bring it home sometimes, and sometimes that's a little too much. But I know for me, the more I can support our leadership, I think the better our communities will be, and even how more effective the work that needs to be done, because ultimately they hear you. Our leadership hears our communities. It's just a matter of sometimes we can't fix things immediately, but as you can, I think, tell by some of the work we're doing from a regional level, we hear them, and we're doing what we can. It's not going to move as fast as we can, but our ultimate goal is, healthier, safer communities. And working with organizations like the RHW. I think we're all better off the more and more we support each other. So with that, this has been, as I said in my opening comments the other day, for those of you who aren't here, I'm continuing to fill my cup. It's a beautiful day, and I believe we have one more day of this, and I wish you all the best and safe travels home.
Yep, just going to close it.
Emergency. So this is a bit of an emergency. There's a vehicle that's blocking our sound person. He needs to get in here. It's a pilot vehicle. And I'm going to read what it says on the back of its windshield. Not to be disrespectful, but it says, "Check your boobs. Mine tried to kill me." So I think that's a serious in one sense. License plate CMBV 215. So you need to move it ASAP so our sound person can get access into the site.
So we're pretty much done here. I did want to acknowledge Travis, and thank you for pointing out our friend in the air so that people watching in the TV at the back of the tent and on the live stream didn't think there was something wrong with you there when you're like... Gentlemen, miigwech, it's great to see you again at our treaty gathering, and I really appreciate you taking the time to join me in this conversation and to help put this call out for everybody to know what's going on, and hopefully you can all join us on September 20th, and hopefully we'll see all these awesome treaty sweaters out there. Nahao, miigwech.
Before you guys leave, I have a song to sing. You don't think I'm listening to you, but I found a song that fits what Glenn has shared with us. And it goes like this, Becca. Going ain't going to take it. We're not going to take it anymore. that be, just don't pick on our destiny, because you don't know us. You don't belong. Gawin gogiabe. Gawin gogiabe. So I want you all to sing that. Gawin gogiabe. Ganap na sina. Okay. That's my message. You got to memorize that song when you go to the rally, okay? And we'll all sing it together, thanks to the Twisted Sisters. We have a little gift for these fellows here. One for you. Right, yabe, yabe, yasi. Chimigwech, gentlemen, we're participating in the panel discussion. And to the facilitator, Chimigwech, for taking this on. We're going on to the 3 o'clock presentation, and that's with Leroy Bennett, Spirit and Intent, the Ceremony and the Anishinaabe Perspective on the Annuity Case. Gawin gogiabe. Oh, they'll have it. Get in. Oh my God, I was sitting there and I thought,
I heard my name, so.
yeah, do you have an introduction thing? So if we are ready, don't all run away. Please help me welcome Leroy Bennett, who's going to discuss the incorporation of ceremony and the Anishinaabe perspective in the RHTLF annuities litigation. Now, Leroy.
Hello, okay.
Yeah, it's on.
Pretty sure everybody can hear me. But anyway, as Barb Nolan mentioned, my name is Leroy Bennett from Sagamuk. Oh. Just one moment, please.
Queen mo tap? Ka, Queen ani bo?
Nim.
Queen Nim. Aha. Queen Nim again, he's going to dance to that song.
Ani,
Ani.
min tamam pipi kikidahan. Pone ko nub katsin. Babio, gojode bampi nani bo. Mishekdanio. Ni sen yego dakkedian. Mishgon noacho mano. Nogosnun yego dakket. Migo mando mia shaik gego gego segiken. Gigagon non dan you segisiwat. Mem de gego nagan sejik. I gego we're going jaganash empty gosh. We're going to go. Guy in the video sin my gego. You got to have a pass. You got to acknowledge us. We got to make sure it goes through us. Why us? It's not you. You look at Nishnaabe go at quoi. Nishnaabe when go the gig.
Guy empty gosh, shaganash. We're going to go. Get your school with. Gosh, I've seen on you. Man, that's going to go win on them. Then you're going to get in set the man as a. Maybe it's a couldn't go on again. I was going to give my jaw open. No, give my jaw. Gagani Monsieur Nishnabe Nigidao Gain Memkach Jaganash Empty Gosh. We're going to go. The kid at the Mandam Senagan guy Mamda Gin Great Mandam Senagan Gistun. This we might. There's just second one. You're the only one. Nishnabé Indians that can acknowledge who Nishnabé is. That's all I got to say. Make sure that Nishnabé is the one that allows anything to be, any kind of meeting, anything. To get it go. Go ahead and shaganash. Go bomb pigin. That means Gaza, the Gnome, don't go to go. Nishnabe Monarchy, the Vendana Monarchy. Go on among Gashgo Magno, the Seaman. Squanning no Gishmin woman. Miss Wood, the Chigamon. Nishnabe Giabogao. Miigwech, we get done. Thank you. Okay.
Jimmy Wedge.
Okay.
That's Barb Nolan.
Dr. Barb.
Go on.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mitch Raymond Owl for his words. So I'm going to speak. Apparently they got me going till 4:30, so hopefully my mind doesn't wander off in too many different directions. But the spirit and intent will be the last thing I talk about, because we need some content to how this all came to be, right? So how I think it all begins, when you think about our ancestors, what are they doing? They were working hard. You know, back then they had a different, unique set of problems. Much like us today, we have a different, unique set of problems. But the big thing they relied upon was the teachings, how, the teachings will work. But it comes with a cautionary note on that. And what I mean by that is this. You don't play politics with the spirituality. There's a very fine line that you do not cross. Only because it works, it'll work against us. So I took that mindset into the court, when you think about it. But in the beginning, in some way I really didn't know what I was doing. Might sound disturbing to some people, but we haven't done this since 1850, so that's where the problem lies. But before I get to the main point, I'm going to talk about commitment. And before that point, I want to talk about perspectives. And the interesting thing is that I keep saying this time and time again, nothing will ever begin without tobacco. That's the very first gift that the Creator gave us. right there. You talk. Well, minus, I smoke, but the interesting thing is that we struggle and we get angry and we like to fight. Here's the thing. If you take 3 steps backwards, put your tobacco down, ask for some clarity, ask for some understanding, things will go different. The way I look at it is exactly what we did in the court. We backed up. We prayed for clarity. We prayed for understanding. We prayed for that understanding so much that look how it turned out for us. Things are going better. But I also find too that ceremony in itself ran parallel to the court. And it was interesting because, and I can say it this way, is that they caught on. They began to understand why we did ceremonies, because of how we spoke, how we shared our perspective on what the earth meant to us. But that's a hard thing to do. For one, we're dealing with people that only perceive profit. They don't perceive life sustaining. And that's the basis of our teachings. How do we sustain our lives? How can we sustain our lives? So it only made sense then that ceremony be very integral to all of this. So we were up in Thunder Bay when we first started. Wait, let me backtrack a little bit. I was past tobacco. So the first thing we did was we got a pipe made. That was its sole purpose, was treaty, nothing else. A while back, we just completed the staff. It took about 4 years, I guess, to finally finish that staff, but it had a specific requirement. And I couldn't venture away from that, what the ancestors showed me. Because it would never been about a spiritual path. It would have been about convenience then. And we can't treat our way of life like a convenience. So when we went into ceremony, the interesting thing about it, I can't remember, I think it was Chief Peter Collins at the time. So, I asked who's the chief, so we did, a little bit of running around. So I finally sent them an email one day. So I asked him, I explained who I was, this is what I'm doing. And I asked permission to be in his lands, his area. 5 minutes later, I got a response. What can we do to help? Because Huron and Superior Treaty ran side by side. They faced a lot of the same things we did. So I said, well, I need help with this, and got to find a sweat lodge and a few other things, got to have a feast. So they were very helpful. So within about a day, we had that fully organized. And that was a lot of work. It took a lot of work. But I had some friends up there. They gave me a hand. They had protocols up there, so I had a crash course on some of Superior's protocols. Mind you, we broke a few along the way, but that's part of life, right? If you learn from it, it's not a mistake. And on a side note, when we make mistakes, and I'm going to leave you with a note to think about for a while. It works like this. We make a mistake and we start beating ourselves up. And we put on that cloak of shame and we walk around with that. Back to my original point now. So we had a sweat with the judge, all the legal counsel, different elders up there. And it was a hot one, and they toughed it out. I was surprised. Even I was going, man, that's hot. But they did well. So, I had our first giveaway with them. So they, it was foreign to them. But it was no different than me taking the culture into the courtroom. That was foreign. So as it so happens, first day we started with a pipe ceremony. And the next one, we need a fire. And they're asking, we got to build a fire. I said, okay, sure, why not, man? We'll deal with the consequences if they happen. So we just went ahead and started doing things. went out, got what we had to get. Teepee was put up. Fort William First Nation loaned us the teepee for that time frame, made a fire. And that's how it all began. I know some people might think that it's an act of law breaking or whatever. We didn't really care what they thought at the moment. But really, that was an act of resurgence. It just depends on how you want to look at it. And people, in a sense, began to be drawn to that fire. So LMC said, what do we should do? And I said, let's go all the way through with this. There's no point in stopping now. When we started. So we did. Every day of court we had fire. And my fire keepers are over there. They're probably all tired right now. But give them a hand, a pat on the back, because that's a lot of work. That really is a lot of work. Steve John, Alex Beanso, they were my two main fire keepers. Because I want to explain to you that when those two came on board, they actually took a burden off of me. And this is how spirituality works. When people start being responsible for what they're supposed to be responsible for, that burden gets shared equally. So you're not putting it all on one person. But we like to do that. You ever realize that? We just like to do that. But in the end, though, with them being there, I never had to worry. I wasn't stressed out about, oh, I got to find fire keepers, oh, I got to do this. And I think the whole point of that is that the spirit and the intent was actually starting to grow. Maybe people didn't see it, but it was starting to grow, at least from my perspective. And the irony to all of that is that the spirit and intent was always there. It never went away. It wasn't legalized out. It was never asleep either. We just needed to become aware that it was there. And also to know what that treaty would mean. You know, a long time ago, all I thought it was just about hunting and fishing. That was it. I didn't know anything else past that point. The reality is, it's much more than that. Way more than that. I mean, I sat in court every day learning how much more it was. And it extended way beyond what I thought it was. So, in a sense, it all becomes like an overwhelming rush when that knowledge fills your head. But it's also another overwhelming rush when that spirit fills your body. And no matter how tired we got, we went right back in the ceremony. And that's how we kept it going. So in working that relationship also come a couple of major points. I had to take into consideration there was stereotypes, racism. You know, they had their perspective of who we were. I mean, the media does a wonderful job of making us look like terrible people. But on the other hand, when they try to talk to me, they can't seem to fathom this idea that we're good people. For the life of them, for all their education, they just don't get it. But what I find even more ironic is that life itself, I think, really did touch them. Because when they started coming with their tobacco, I actually realized, hey man, this is working. But that's the strange, really, really strange thing about faith and believe are two separate words, two separate outcomes. If you take a look at the word believe, the right person saying the right thing can change what you believe. Did you know that? They present the right information at the right time. They can change what you believe. But faith is an interesting thing. Faith in itself comes with certain requirements. First one is fear. It has to be there. And doubt. And I got asked a hard question. I didn't even know how to answer it at the time, but I really, really thought about it. They asked me, how do you know when faith is working? It's usually when you're filled with doubt. Because they kind of both feel the same. But that spirit of intent of the treaty was always there. Once the more I learned, the more I got stronger. I really began to understand that. But at the same time, too, the harder we worked at it, the harder our treaty partners worked at it, meaning the courts and the crowns. Mind you, not everybody went. That's just the way it goes. But the ones that did come began to see. They began to see in a way that I don't think they first imagined or couldn't imagine, but it happened. So as time went on, though, I made good friends with them, which some people might find weird. But I couldn't look at them as like the enemy. That would have been wrong. I had to look at them as another human being doing what they were told to do. No different than what I was told to do. We just had to change perspectives. So as that evolved, more people began to, be curious. I didn't say much back then, and I couldn't say much because of the nature of court. But although there was a lot of things that was recorded in the videos that are, I forgot where they're archived, but they're archived someplace anyway. And they had a lot of things go on every day. And the really nice thing about it, I think, is that we're both educating each other. One in spirituality and culture, but me, I was getting the legal. I was sort of a miniature legal beagle, if you want to put it that way. I really began to understand a lot of things. So the funny thing, though, I found myself, the more I began to understand that, the more I began to realize that our people really need to get educated in the treaty. It's not just about hunting and fishing. It's not. It's more to it. When we're out west at different treaty gatherings, a lot of people are really looking up to us because of what we did. We used their courts. We beat them in their courts. They sent 2 appeals. We beat them at both appeals. So we got a good set of lawyers. And the interesting thing about it, and I'm going to have a drink of water before I hit the next part here. The next part, when I accepted that tobacco in the beginning, I accepted that responsibility, but I also accepted that commitment. We don't talk about those things. But the teachers that I learned from always told me the moment you accept that, you're responsible. You can't back out of it. So basically, from about 2017, the whole treaty process was my life. I became committed to it. But see, if we look at life and what it has done to us sometimes, we actually fear commitment. In such a way, we say, yeah, then we go off and do something else, right? And if we look at our own lives, how many times have we said, yeah, I'll do it, but then we don't do it? And that's, to me, I think, the critical aspect of when we do this way of life. What level of commitment do we really have to it? Is it just for, take a moment of a selfie? Maybe do a post of some kind? But with that commitment between the lawyers, the LMC, myself, some of Nishkabe was there. You know, we had to stop seeing our own families. We had to stop enjoying life, because that was a lot of work. There's a lot of things we had to stop doing, stay committed to what needed to get done. But nobody wants to look at that. Nobody wants to hear that side of the story. But that's what they had to do as well. Because part of that commitment is also in the spirit and the intent of the treaty. Because without that, all we're doing is muttering words again. And that's it. That would be so disappointing if all we did was sit there, mutter words, and go home or go back to the casino, whatever the story might be. But at the end of the day, what is your level of commitment? And I can't answer that for nobody. I really can't. Only you can answer that yourself. Because people, we live for the emotional charge. And that's just temporary. We live for the next emotional charge, and that's just temporary. Then we live for the next one. And life is actually passing us by, just living by those emotional charges. I'm not saying we shouldn't have them, but what I'm saying is we have to really look at what we're doing. So even during the court process, I was always mindful and respectful of everything. But they had asked me, you know, how do you want to be addressed? Is it Elder Bennett? Is it Elder Leroy? Nah, just call me Leroy, good enough. I wasn't worried about titles, and I'm still not worried about titles. Because in Anishinaabe, you look at how we're to live our lives accordingly to the teachings. And I don't ever remember a teaching telling me that I had to look important, or I had to, you know, adhere to a certain title. And then I took that into consideration. Because when you look at it, we're all Anishinaabe. But yet we fight over titles. But if we say Anishinaabe and Dao, we're transcending all stereotypes, we're transcending all forms of racism, we're transcending everything negative. That's because no one else in this world could ever say those words. Because if they did, they'd be lying. So when I say Anishinaabe and Dao, I'm telling you the absolute truth. I mean, mind you, I've heard stories that weren't native or trying to say that, but it just sounds funny when they say it. Part of me knows that they're lying. The other part of me doesn't want to say, well, no, you're not. But you'll find out the hard way sooner or later. I also think back when our leadership were going through those hard times, and I often stay awake at night wondering, what did they do? You know, Washing Wakons, Nemer Goching, all of them. What did they do? Who did they go to? You know, they went to each other. They went to go see the elders, maybe some medicine people. And they talked. And I'm quite sure they must have had arguments. I don't think this was a perfect process. But I also think, too, they had resolutions, or what we would call resolutions, but agreements. And that's the nice thing about it, is that when they finally agreed to things, things move forward. It's a very simple process. I can describe it very simply, but sometimes that can be the most difficult process. But all in all, though, you know, I'm looking at how that spirit and intent exists in all of us, but you gotta acknowledge it. You really do. I can't acknowledge it for you, because I can't speak for you and say that, well, that's, you know, I can't say Anishinaabe and Dao for you. It's just not going to work. The language limits that. It limits it to ownership. When you own those words, you're going to own a lot of things. And the other the other thing too is when we finally, oh, this all happened just on the first day. You know, just kidding. But when we finally end up in Sudbury, where we were in Little Current. That was a lot of fun, right? We had all our experts get up there, testify. They all spoke everything. We all did our ceremonies. Everything that was meant to turn out there did turn out really good. And a lot of people came. So we ended up in Sudbury. People showed up and all that. We still had our sweats. We still had all kinds of other things. But there was another thing that began to happen. Excuse me. Imagine the only thing you would have heard was or seen was my lips moving if the microphone died. So we were in Sudbury, and there was a gentleman. He passed away. I do want to mention him. I really thought highly of this man, although he was Draganashi. A very smart man, very, very smart man. His name was Joe Arvey. I got to meet him, one of the top-notch lawyers in Ontario. So we had this non-native fighting for us. So he came to ceremony with us. Talked to him for a while, asked him questions. And, so I guess you can say I made a friend before he passed. And he left a profound mark on me. And that profound mark was this. How in the world can a non-native believe in so much of what our treaty can do, but we struggle so much? That's what he left me with. And I pondered that for the longest time. Just thought about it and thought about it. So my question then is to the crowd is, why do we want to struggle so much? Again, only you can answer that question. I can't answer it for you. So, on the other hand too, when we do things in a natural way, things get easy. I'm not saying they're going to get super easy, but easier than what they used to be. And that's what people have to recognize. And when we do this work in the best way possible, build a relationship with our ancestors, then things begin to happen. And they happen in such an interesting way that we sometimes question that reality. And in questioning that reality, I'm not saying you're being doubtful, and it's okay sometimes to question that reality. But how many times have we prayed to the Creator? Ask Him, get me out of trouble. I'll never do it again. Only to find out you're going to do it again. Right? One thing I've learned through this whole process of understanding this way of life is the Creator doesn't make bargains. He won't make bargains with you. But if we ask for balance and clarity, He's going to send you signs, different signs that will help you out to figure out where you need to be. They're not hard signs. They won't be hard signs. It's just we have to remember what the Creator is going to give us may not always be what we're wanting. He's going to give you what you need. That becomes an absolute. So in all the ceremonies, that was always my focus point. We need to balance. We need to have things clarified. For clarity, the only two main things I've always kept asking for. And it's happening. And it's really nice to see it happening. And the clarity will become more clear after, as time goes on. But we also have to exercise patience. Because sometimes the Creator will stall our gifts or what the blessing will be when we get too impatient. And that story, I share that as because when we built that staff, we only started out with one. That white feather actually represented the grandmothers to lead the way, to help us out, their wisdom, their knowledge. And then the rest of the feathers came after 4 years later, roughly maybe 4.5 years later, to finally put that staff all together. And that just happened actually before the decision came out. So I was made to wait to the point I was ready to give up. I was just, okay, I'll go get some feathers from somebody and slap them all on there. But that's not what the ancestors gave me. So when we finally got them, basically, I damn near cried. I said, like, holy smokes, man, about time. Because I finally could put it all together. And finally it was all done. Holy smokes, that was nice. It was beautiful. But too, that staff's only purpose was treaty. That was it. That was its only purpose. I mean, people did say I should be taking that to powwows, but it's not a powwow staff. Its sole purpose was treaty. 21 First Nations were represented on that staff. And the nice, really, really nice thing about it, when we took that staff out west, they threw us right in front with them, those other treaty people. Told we're from Robinson Huron Treaty, right? They threw us right in front. No, you're standing in front with this guy over here. So, and the rest of us, they followed the rest of us. So it was really unique and nice that, it was unique and nice to the point where people, even out west, recognized that what we were doing. So we had a good 4-day ceremony with all of them. It was really nice. We had fun over there. Enjoyed their casino. It was a nice casino. You guys should go check it out. Enoch, that's where we were. But all in all, though, we're about halfway through Sudbury, the court proceedings there. And by that point, I think everybody in that courtroom was feeling it. We're all getting tired, right? It's a lot of work they did, these guys, these lawyers. The way they had to talk, the way they had to argue, the way they had to articulate their words, the way they had to articulate the meaning, the way they had to articulate how Anishinaabe were. But the nice thing about it was they didn't have to go to a book. They just had to come over and ask me. So we transition out of myth, is what I'm getting at. The Jaganash myth. There was a living, breathing Anishinaabe right in front of them with the sacred items. The pipe, staff, ceremonies. Maybe a little bit of attitude, but still. I think people have to realize is that as these items are living, breathing entities, it all helped us out. But I remember hearing from a gentleman I knew a while back, and it forever changed my perspective of one thing. I know people will say, oh yeah, he's a pipe carrier, he carries pipe, all this stuff like that. But in all honesty, that pipe carried us. That's the responsibility of what that pipe had. Every time somebody passed tobacco, we smoke. And the responsibility, to go with that, it was hard at times, but it was interesting and unique. Because I think he told me that to knock me down. Because if we get too high on ourselves, the biggest mistake we'll ever make is thinking we know everything. So I carry that perspective. Yeah, I'm carrying the pipe. That's my responsibility. But spiritually and realistically, that pipe carries us. Just like Shingwakunsa's pipe over there is back in the community now. It was waiting to come back to the community to fill its responsibility. And the nice thing about that pipe, if you want to talk about absolute truths, that pipe is absolute. It's not altered, hasn't been scribbled on, at least from what I could see anyway. So if anything's written in stone, It literally is our way of life. Those pipes themselves, if when you know how to have a relationship with those pipes, it will teach you secrets of the Anishinaabe. But we have to be willing to listen. And I think back about when I look at Shinwakumsa's pipe, you know, like really, what does that pipe know? Definitely knows more way than me. And it definitely would understand a lot more than me, that's for sure. But in each and every part of all of this journey, I really do think it is for the betterment of the people. Always has been the main focal point. But at the same time, too, you know, those pipes, they do help us out a lot. Those staffs, everything that we need to do, everything that our ancestors, and I'm going to say it this way, they give us permission to do. Because that's why we always said that Ndakwe the way. I explained that one time over there, Ndakwe the way. Because you're actually asking for permission. So when we're smoking that pipe, Ndakwe the way, well, I'm going to ask them. I'm going to ask permission. Because our ancestors don't listen to demands. They want to see if we're humble enough to ask for that. And when we're humble enough, you're going to get what you're asking for. And that's the approach we took through court. And that was the spirit and intent of it all. Learning to understand, to ask for that permission. I mean, I could have easily just lit up a pipe, smoke, say, okay, yeah, we can do that. No, that would have been really, really wrong on my part. Because in asking for permission, then things began to happen. So it's important that the spirit and intent of it all is to be humble enough to realize that when we ask for permission from our ancestors, they're the ones who got that knowledge. Things will move again. Things will move. Like, I really do have faith that they will move. So it becomes, I wouldn't say a personal battle, but it becomes an interesting challenge to each and every one of us to do those things. When we go, say, I'm asking for permission to do this. Because then it braces us for an answer. And that answer is this, well, two answers, sorry. One, it braces us for yes, but the other one, it braces us for no. Because I can remember I got into a slight debate with somebody. They said, you know, Creator answers all the prayers. Sure. But no is still an answer, right? Because what you might be asking for may also hurt you. And that's the part we have to realize. And I think people ask for a lot of things. But what are you asking for? Became the very clear question in trying to remember what Wawinda Magagewan meant. The promises. We know our ancestors promised things. We know on the other side of the table, they promised things. And with that being said, there was a lot of things that were promised. One of the things I know through the spirit and the intent of the treaty, they promised that they wouldn't bother us, that we could live our way of life the way we needed to, the way Anishinaabe should. We know for about the last 170 years, that wasn't the way that it was, right? And in fact, it almost seems to be getting worse in that one aspect, not all aspects. And it gets more interesting because, let me have a quick look around here. what I can honestly say from my experience is that, and I want to word it this way, if you look at the pretend Indians today, really, when you look at them, what are they trying to do? They're trying to mimic us. And that's all that it is. They're just mimicking us. They too see a beauty in this way of life that they can't have. They can't. Because it goes back to my other point. When I say Anishinaabe and Dao, Creator has already blessed me with those things. I should not have to fight anyone or any other nation for that. But those pretend Indians, they're messing up stuff for us. They put it in books. They do all this stuff. Right? And we're fighting for identity. But one thing I'm really, really thankful for is that the courts, well, for the ones we were in, Superior and Huron, they got a way better picture of who we actually are. Right? If you read the judge's decision, I'm quite sure that's the only court proceedings that actually mentions everything that we've done: pipe ceremonies, staff ceremonies, feasts, sweat lodges. And so we give thanks for that, because I often wondered, what would have the outcome been if we did just a smudge and everybody went back home? How would the outcome been? Would it have been completely different? Would it still be in court for the next 20 years, 25 years? And when our minds play the what ifs, we can really create a big mess sometimes. But when we go to the fire over there, offer our tobacco, we're not playing what ifs anymore. We're saying, Creator, help us. We're looking for those answers that we need. That's to help us go forward. I can have another drink of water. I don't see a no smoking sign, so I'm going ahead and have a smoke. And Barb over there said, go for it. So I said, all right, here we go. So I covered a lot of areas: spirit and intent, the commitment, faith, a little bit of our identity. But that's not the whole experience, though. There's actually way more than that. I forget how many days the lawyers in the court was. About 128 days, something like that. That was over quite a few months. And the cool thing about it, though, as sad as the last day of court happened, and then we broke type of thing, one hand, I was really happy that it was over. And then on the other hand, I was really sad it was over too, because, migoch, that my legal learning had ended at that moment. But we all sang, some songs. We all parted our ways. And I thought about them over the time, and I never stopped smoking that pipe. I found myself continually praying for them as well, meaning the judge and the crown. Because that responsibility carried past the end of the court day. And responsibility still carries on today. Because when you look at it from this, the spirit and intent is that was meant for forever. It just didn't end when I put the pipe away. It actually meant for forever. Right? And somebody might ask, why would you want to pray for them for? Well, that's still a human being. Yeah, you know, some of their ancestors did some pretty terrible things, but, you know, we still got to keep moving in that direction. And then in some sense too, you know, when you think about it, we all have to work at that, at our own pace though. You don't have to rush. This isn't a race. But at some point, that's what it needs to work to. And then, you know, the other thing too, I find, is that in some ways we're gaining momentum. Because, you know, I talk to different Jaganash at the same time. I remember one person saying, "Oh, does that mean we lose our land?" Of course, I wanted to say something really lacking intelligence, basically. But I don't, no, wait a minute, man, don't jump the gun here. Just let us sort this out first, and we'll tell you as soon as we figure it out, then we'll tell you. Right? Well, we haven't quite figured it out yet, so we're not going to tell them. But I really like the fact that it's causing a stir. It shook the ground we walk on. Because now non-natives are getting curious, but sometimes I think they're getting scared. We're not the dumb savages Hollywood made us out to be. We're actually quite intelligent. I mean, you listen to some of the old people, and they can tell you a story too. When you listen to even the young ones, they tell you stories, you know, they tell you different stories. Listen to them. And they're telling you maybe an ancestor told them something. They have to relay that message. I don't know, it's hard to say. But as we move forward, I got some friends overseas, you know, they're talking about us. They really are. But in a good way, not in a bad way. That's because we're literally making the news. If we're doing anything, we're shaking this whole world up. And I think we need to keep shaking this whole world up. I don't mean violently though. But right over there, see that lodge? That's how we need to do it. Our ceremonies. Hang on one moment. Because I do believe that's what shook the courts up. It shook the legal system up. When we took them into those ceremonies, you know, we took them out of their comfort zone. Doesn't mean to be harsh with them. But what it meant was to show kindness even in the face of adversary. You know, some of our own people said some things there I didn't agree with. But when I really thought about it, I said, it would make me no better than what they did since 1870. You know, it would make me no better than them. And that, I don't think I could have that on my own conscience. Because we talk about, you know, trying to do things in a good way, but quietly do things in a bad way. No. No, that's not asking for permission. That's just doing something stupid. And a lot of people, and my favorite topic, if you haven't quite figured it out, is I like picking on the pretend Indians. Because they're an excellent sounding board. Although they're harming us, we still got to pray for them. Pray that they come out of that confusion. Because I also remember a lesson from an elder one time. He passed on the spirit world. He said, you know, when you do that, you pick on those confused people like that, he says, all that says about you is that you're sicker than them. It's like he punched me right in the mouth without actually having to touch me. And then he stomped on me right after that. But he was right. I was just a little bit stubborn about it. But he was really, really right about that, you know. But he also said another thing. And I think that was more or less just a stomp on my head in a kind way. He says, if you ever use what you know in a bad way, he says, put it away, because it means nothing anymore. So we're always trying to do things in a good way. And with that, I say miigwech for listening.
Jimmy Wedge Leroy, you are a kind, wonderful person, understanding, knowledgeable. I can go on and on and on. Yeah, your head will be that big. You'll be that tall by the time I'm done. But you're very gentle. You know what you're talking about. Sometimes you said you don't know what you're doing, but you do know what you're doing. Chimiwech, and a good sense of humor. A true Anishinaabe, you are. You're an Anishinaabe young man. I remember when he was he was at Sioux College long time ago, and you've come a long way from that time. Yeah. So Chimiwech, for sharing your experience with the spirit and intent of the Robinson-Huron litigation process. I have no gift for you, but I had all those kind words. I want to say from the bottom of my heart, Chimiwech, for sharing. Is there? Holy. So that completes our three o'clock presentation. Oh, he will be around. Leroy, if anybody wants to go up and congratulate him or shake his hand, tell him how wonderful he is, for his work in this process, the ceremony and the Anishinaabe perspective in the annuities case. So I guess we're going to not do the question and answer, but you can go up to him and he would probably welcome you to spend a couple of minutes with you. Miigwech Leroy for sharing in this procedure. Now we'd like to open, oh no, we're not going to open the floor for any questions from the audience, but if you want to go and talk to him, he's right over there to my left. Now we have dinner break. I'd like to thank everybody. Chimiwech Kinagwayan Detna, Mampigi Bashai Knangwa, for being a part of this session, all these sessions today. I'd like to remind you all for the entertainment performances Nangwanakshik at 6 p.m. by Crystal Shawanda in the main stage, Mampi. And I think, are they still open over there? The trade people? I think they're some of them are gone. They're gone, eh? The trade show is gone. The what? The treaty store is still open. And what about the what you call that? The exhibit is still open. And you can get your dinner tickets at the ticket stand where you registered for dinner. And tomorrow we'll be gathering at sunrise at the Memorial Gardens at sunrise. And at 9 a.m. our treaty renewal ceremony will be taking place inside the main arena area. Lunch will be served there at 12 noon, and after lunch our treaty gathering wraps up. So I'd like to invite, I don't think I have Andy? No, he's not here. I'd like to invite Daryl to thank everyone on behalf of the community and send everyone on your way for the evening.
Bonjour, Ninaway Maganaduk. So our business is still not complete here yet. There's still some things that we need to finish up. Make sure that we follow our sacred protocols at all time. Just an FYI for all of our visitors and guests and relatives and brothers and sisters that have joined us here. The estimate number who have joined us here is over 1,000 people. So you had over 1,000 people, so a very huge gathering here. And I want to thank everyone, the planning committee, everyone who did this on our behalf and bring us together. So what we need to do now is that, given a heads up to our leadership, we need to retrieve these eagle staffs and community flags. So as soon as they're done in the lodge, the teaching lodge, I'll say around 4:30-ish, so please stand by because we're going to call on you to grab your staff and bring it out. We have a young drummer that's going to support us. Tobacco has been passed. Hand drum is going to be offered to him to sing that song. And then we'll bring our eagle staffs out of the teaching lodge. You'll bring them with you. And then tomorrow morning, we're asking that all of you bring your eagle staffs and your community flags as well, so we can have them present. So stand by. As soon as they're done the teachings in the teaching lodge and we're all set up, we'll march out, we'll dance out our sacred eagle staffs. Be good.